One of the interesting features about those negotiations, of course, was that we alternated venues between London and Edinburgh for doing those, which might be an interesting thing for other negotiations about to start. But one of the things about the fiscal framework, combined with the Scotland Act 2016, it helped create possibly the world's most powerful devolved parliament anywhere in the world. Could the Secretary of State tell us what have been, however, the consequences for fiscal devolution for Scottish taxpayers?
Well, he's absolutely right. The Scottish Parliament is the most powerful parliament, devolved parliament in the world. And it is much more, with those tax powers, it is much more accountable than it previously was. However, I regret their decision to make Scotland the most highly taxed part of the United Kingdom.
Tony Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also welcome you to your chair and the Secretary of State and the Minister to their own new positions. Can I say to the Secretary of State, though, that when the 2016 framework was established, this, of course, was before we knew the impact of Brexit. The world has changed. There will now have to be real consideration as to what powers pass from Brussels, not simply here to Whitehall, Westminster, but, of course, to Holyrood. This is an opportunity for the Secretary of State to reach out cross-party and establish a proper framework for the future as to what powers rightly should now be with the Parliament and the Government in Scotland. But also, the Secretary of State has got to take responsibility to make sure that there is the financial package that goes with those new powers.
Well, in the spending round, there's an extra 1.2 billion for Scotland, so that's quite clear. As regards frameworks, discussions on frameworks are ongoing and they're proving to be successful. And there isn't a single power being taken away from the Scottish Parliament as we come out of the European Union. And if anyone can think of one, they should write and tell me, because quite to the contrary, the Scottish Parliament will have more powers after we leave the European Union.
Number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And if I could use my first opportunity to say what a privilege it is to be re-elected as the Member of Parliament for Murray, representing my home area, and now to also work in the Scotland office. Could I also wish you, Mr. Speaker, a very happy new year, as we say in Scotland, lang may your lum reek. Turning to my honourable friend, leaving the European Union will afford the fishing industry in Scotland and across the United Kingdom many opportunities going forward. We will no longer be shackled to the common fisheries policy, and we will control who catches what, where and when in our waters. This government will work tirelessly with our fishermen and coastal communities across Scotland to that aim.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? It is fantastic to see him in his place, and I congratulate him on his new role. Scotland has a proud history of fishing the finest seafood, and that's something shared by local fishermen in Selsey, in my constituency. But there is great concern that the next generation are not entering the industry, and this is made more urgent as we expect UK fishing will grow once we leave the EU. Can I ask my right honourable friend what discussions he's had with colleagues to develop a pipeline of future fishermen and women into the industry?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for that question, and I accept that for many years the fishing industry has not been the attractive job opportunity for young people in Scotland or across the UK. But when we leave the European Union, I strongly believe that there's a bright future for this industry in the country, and that will hopefully encourage more people to look to fishing as an area where they can have a successful career. I know my honourable friend has been a great champion for the fishing industry in Selsey, and I know she will continue to promote her constituency and its strong links with the fishing industry during this term of Parliament.
Angus Brendan Mackinnon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister was a backbencher, he understood full well the need for non-European Union and non-European Economic Area crews to come into Scottish waters, particularly on the West Coast. Now, him and his colleague on the front bench, what will they do to make sure this can happen? Or are they going to demonstrate the powerlessness and nothing will happen, as has happened for years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I can prove what will happen is I could say to the honourable gentleman for Nahealand and Year to wait for question 8, because the honourable gentleman for Strangford has a question on exactly that. I will be answering the point then, and I hope he's encouraged by the response.
We now come to Chris Law. Chris Law. Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 3, 6, 7, 9 and 13 together. There's no independence of thought in the questions. The Prime Minister has received the First Minister's correspondence, which contains the Scottish Government's publication, and he will respond in due course.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State repeatedly said to the people of Scotland during the general election campaign that, and I quote, "Every vote for the Conservatives is a vote to say no to Indie-Ref." Well, Mr. Speaker, that went well for them, didn't it? That message saw them lose over half their seats and left them with barely a rump of MPs. So will the Secretary of State now listen to the people of Scotland, as reflected by the 80% of seats won by the SNP, and support their expressed democratic will to choose their own future?
45% of Scots voted for the SNP in the 2019 election, and 45% of Scots voted for independence in 2014. The numbers simply haven't changed. And I would further add, back in 2014, the independence referendum came on the back of something called the Edinburgh Agreement, which was signed by Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon, the then Deputy Leader. And in the Edinburgh Agreement, it said that both parties would respect the outcome of the referendum. And that hasn't happened.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A good New Year to you. The Scottish Secretary has anticipated that the Scottish Parliament will refuse legislative consent for the European withdrawal bill. He said, and I quote, "That is something we understand and respect because their position is that they don't support Brexit." When consent is refused today, how will his government demonstrate that respect?
Well, what we are respecting is the democratic outcome of referendums, which you don't respect. And the referendum in 2016 was a United Kingdom referendum, and we voted to leave the European Union. We're respecting that. And under the Seoul Convention, you have what's known as outside, not normal. And this is a constitutional matter. It's not normally it's a constitutional matter reserved. It's not normally under the remit of the Scottish Parliament. So we are delivering what the 2016 referendum requested us to deliver.
Amy Callaghan.
This Tory government is claiming that it's 43% of the vote in the last general election provides it with an overwhelming mandate to implement Brexit. Can the Secretary of State therefore explain the absolute blinding contradiction of his own position when he says that the 45% vote for the SNP, providing 80% of seats in this Scottish seats in this very House, doesn't equate in a mandate for the people of Scotland to choose our own future?
It was a referendum 3 years ago. We are speaking for the majority of Scots. The majority of Scots voted to remain. The majority of votes voted, to leave in 2016, to leave the European Union. We are absolutely respecting that decision, whereas the SNP are not respecting it and wanting to tear up the United Kingdom.
Neil Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State's performance thus far is highlighting just how untenable this government's position on this matter is. He completely failed to answer my colleague's question. So can I remind him, his party enjoys 43% of the vote to deliver Brexit, and yet denies the SNP its right to give the people of Scotland its say with the 45% of the vote in Scotland that we secured. What is his democratic case for denying the people of Scotland their right to choose their own future?
The First Minister has asked for the right to set referendums in the future, to decide the context of those. We are very clear about this. Constitutional matters are reserved, and it would be completely wrong for us to hand those powers over to the Scottish Parliament, because we would end up in a series of never-endums. Bad for the Scottish economy, bad for Scottish jobs, reducing tax income and therefore damaging already failing public services.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you. The UK government have ignored Scottish people's voices and votes in every election and referendum since 2016, careering on with both Brexit and austerity. Can the Secretary of State inform us what precise electoral event would convince him that Scotland's people should have the right to choose their own future?
Well, first of all, on austerity, the Scottish Government's own independence figures show there'd be a 12.6 billion hole in the Scottish finances, and that would mean real austerity. Regarding when the time will be right, both Nicola Sturgeon and Alex Salmond said at the time it was a once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-lifetime decision. I don't feel a generation nor a lifetime have passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend and the Minister to the dispatch box? Doesn't my right honourable friend agree with me, though, that this document is just another expensive and time-wasting stunt by Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP? The people of Scotland chose. They chose in 2014 decisively to remain in the United Kingdom. And it's time Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP accepted that and move on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I start by thanking my predecessor for his 4 years as Secretary of State for Scotland. Prior to that, 5 years as Under-Secretary. Before that, 4 years as a shadow spokesman. So, in all, 13 years as a spokesman on Scottish affairs in this Parliament. And I think the last person who held that role for that length of time was Willie Ross under Harold Wilson. So I thank him for all the hard work and service he's given to the people of Scotland. As regards the point he makes, it's quite clear that the Scottish Government constantly harp on about independence and separation because they want to deflect from the main issue. And the main issue is that they are failing in our school standards and they're failing our NHS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the new ministerial team to the Scotland office. In Scotland, education standards are falling. In Scotland, NHS is also failing patients with missed waiting time targets. So does the Secretary of State share my embarrassment with the First Minister of Scotland that rather than sorting out these important issues, she's obsessing with independence?
Yes.
David Hewitt. Stephen Crabb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that the SNP have got every right to continue making the case for independence and to do so with passion and with force? But what they don't have the right to do is to keep dragging the people of Scotland and Scottish business around the same mountain time and time again to try to get the answer that they didn't get the first time.
The right honourable gentleman makes a very good point. What Scotland needs now is a period of peace and tranquility, not division and rancour. We need to take the opportunities that Brexit will bring us, not least with the common fisheries policy coming out of that and other great trade deals, and go for a year, make 2020 a year of optimism and growth.
Rachel McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NHS is a precious asset that's just as important to people in Scotland as it is to my constituents in Redditch. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the Scottish Government's obsessive attraction to independence is detracting from their focus on the NHS, and they should focus on serving the people in Scotland in their 12-week treatment time, which they've never met?
Where are the questions about the new hospital?
Yes, my honourable friend makes a very good point, and actually the Herald today highlights that accident and emergency waiting times have deteriorated in Scotland to a record low, with patients now waiting more than 12 hours, record numbers of patients now waiting more than 12 hours to be treated.
Mel Stride. For Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers and officials have regular discussions with the Scottish Government on many issues, including the block grant. The latest spending round gave the biggest funding settlement for the Scottish Government in a decade, with an extra £1.2 billion to help grow the economy and invest in our vital public services across Scotland.
Mel Stride.
Would my honourable friend reassure the House that at the upcoming budget, the Scotland will receive its fair share of funding through the Barnett formula, and further, that the commitments made by the last government in respect of the 8 city and regional deals will be honoured in full?
I can reassure my right honourable friend that Scotland will receive fair funding thanks to the block grant and the Barnett formula, and that will continue. On city and growth deals, we're already investing £1.4 billion across Scotland and are committed to a deal in every part of the country, including my own area of Moray. We agreed to £32.5 million from the UK Government, matched by the Scottish Government, making it the highest funded growth deal per head of population anywhere in the country. That's actually a sign to constituents across Scotland what Scotland's two governments can do when they work together.
Murray Black.
I just want to quickly commend the work of the member for Edinburgh East in this role previous to myself. Did a sterling job and couldn't have set a better example. Yesterday, my colleagues asked the Chancellor for an explanation as to why the UK is delaying their budget until the 11th of March. Now, this is despite the fact that the Scottish Government must pass its budget by the 1st of April, and the 11th of March is actually the legal deadline by which Scottish councils have to have their budgets and set their council tax levels. Now, there was no explanation given yesterday, and I doubt I'll get one just now. So instead, I want to ask, if and when did the Secretary of State raise this issue with the Cabinet? And if so, what answers was he given?
Well, can I begin by welcoming the Honourable Lady to her position as the Shadow Secretary of State for Scotland in the reshuffle by the SNP recently, and also pay tribute to the Honourable Gentleman for Edinburgh East for the work he did in that role previous to her. The Chancellor was very clear, I believe, to the new Shadow Chancellor for the SNP that there is nothing to stop the Scottish Government from setting their budget ahead of the UK Government from setting it, and the UK Government has already shared estimates of tax and welfare block grant adjustments based on the latest OBR forecast in December to aid the Scottish Government in these preparations.
Murray Black.
It's ridiculous for the Scottish Parliament to be expected to know what money it's going to be getting, considering that the UK Government hasn't told them yet. So I'm very quickly realising why many believe that this department is utterly obsolete. Can I ask then whether the right honourable member will at least concede that instead of Scotland needing to wait on this place getting its act together, and instead of having to wait for permission to be told what we can spend money on, can he concede that none of this would be happening if Scotland instead had the full fiscal powers of an independent and competent nation to let us get on with the job properly?
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Lady is asking to let us get on with the job. Us is the SNP Scottish Government in Holyrood, which is letting down our health service, is letting down our education service, is overseeing cuts to local government, which is affecting every local authority in Scotland. And perhaps it's not the amount of money that Scotland gets from this UK Government, which is the highest level in a decade. It's the way it's spent, or in many cases misspent, by the Scottish Government at Holyrood.
Johnny Lloyd.
Mr. Speaker, those answers simply are not good enough. The Scottish Government in Holyrood, the Scottish local authorities are entitled to know what the block grant is in order to plan their future. Anybody who's tried to set a budget dependent on UK central government funding knows that delay in that makes it almost impossible to manage. When will the Scottish Government be given certainty about what that block grant is so they can begin to plan the future?
Well, I hope some of that certainty was given by the Chancellor of the Exchequer yesterday when he did give the commitment and the understanding that there is nothing to stop the Scottish Parliament from passing a budget before the UK Parliament does that. But we have shared the estimates of the block grant and the welfare, the estimates of tax and the welfare block grant with the Scottish Government. We did that in December last year, and we will continue to engage with them going forward.
Tony Lloyd.
Mr. Speaker, again, simply not good enough. Not simply can the Scottish Government not set a budget, Scottish councils can't. That impacts on NGOs, it impacts on business, it impacts on services. What the Minister is doing is a measure of incompetence. When will the Secretary of State say to the Chancellor, he's got to do more, there's got to be certainty, we cannot wait till March?
Well, as the Chancellor of the Exchequer takes his seat, I'm sure he will have listened to these discussions, and he also answered the points yesterday from the SNP representative. I was a local councillor myself before I entered this place for 10 years on Murray Council, so I know the important role they go through in setting their budgets. What has made it more difficult in recent years is the greater cuts they've received from the SNP Scottish Government at Holyrood, which is affecting our local services in Murray and across Scotland.
Mark Logan.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To date, the UK Government has committed over £1.4 billion in Scotland through city and region growth deals, and that programme is going to be rolled out to all the other regions of Scotland very shortly.
Mr. Speaker, I fully support our government's ambitious plans to make sure every part of Scotland benefits from a growth deal. And does the Secretary of State agree with me that the £1.4 billion that the UK Government has already invested in city and growth deals is another fine example of how Scotland benefits from being in a strong United Kingdom?
Well, I do agree with that, and it's just one example of how Scotland benefits from being in a strong United Kingdom. Another example would be the union dividend, which is worth over £2,000 to every man, woman and child in Scotland per annum. And I would further add, the Prime Minister has announced a further £300 million to complete these growth deals across all the regions of Scotland and also Wales and Northern Ireland. In October, I was pleased to announce the quantum for Argyll and Bute, and very soon I'll be announcing the quantum for both Falkirk and the islands.
Liam Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I congratulate the Secretary of State on being reappointed to the Cabinet? Of course, growth deals are important, but I wonder if the Government has any conversations with the Scottish Government and how they would plan to plug their 8% fiscal deficit in order to meet the fiscal deficit rules of the European Union at 3% in order to enter the European Union in the event of an independent Scotland.
The honourable gentleman makes a very good point. For an independent Scotland, if separation were to happen, for an independent Scotland to join the European Union, under the Maastricht criteria, the fiscal deficit would have to be 3% or less of GDP. That simply isn't the case. It currently runs at over 7%. So as things stand at the moment, the economics are pure fantasy.
Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Borderlands Growth Initiative has proved to be very popular in the Borderlands region, and the initiatives that were within it will be implemented in the next year or two. Will the Secretary of State commit to the Borderlands having a second Borderlands Growth Deal?
Well, Dave.
My honourable friend won't be surprised that I missed the end of his question as our Prime Minister was cheered. But I think he was asking me to commit to the delivery of the Borderlands Growth Deal. We have the quantum announced, and very soon we're going to have heads of terms.
Anna Bardell.
Well, the Secretary of State put to one side his fluffy rhetoric and answer this. When he's looking at the regional growth deals for Edinburgh and the Lothians, will he look at the mess that his government have made over the closure of the HMRC office in Livingston and the move to Edinburgh? And will he do as his predecessor did, come to Livingston in West Lothian, speak to my constituents, speak to the workers, speak to the unions and the elected representatives, and look at what can be done to fill the gap and the mess made by his government?
I'm very happy to speak to the honourable lady outside the chamber about her concerns on that, yes.
Alistair Carmack.
Speaker, on the subject of the quantum for the islands deal to which the Secretary of State has already referred, will he confirm that he will pursue with Treasury a basis that is different from the per capita funding of other deals, because otherwise the deal for the islands will never be a meaningful one?
The honourable gentleman raised a very good point. I mean, previously these deals have been done on the basis of per capita, and we recognise for the islands it's a huge geographical area, and per capita will bring a very low outcome. So we are in discussions with the Treasury about raising the quantum.
We now come to questions from the Prime Minister. Andrew Lewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I should begin by saying that we, of course, condemn the attack on Iraqi military bases hosting coalition forces. Iran should not repeat these reckless and dangerous attacks, but must instead pursue urgent de-escalation. Mr. Speaker, I know that the thoughts of the House are also with our friends in Australia as they tackle the bushfires, as they are with the families of those killed in the Ukrainian air crash. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Andrew Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motor neurone disease is a terrible terminal illness, with a third of people dying within a year and more than half within 2 years of diagnosis. The last thing terminally ill people and their families should be worrying about are their finances. The Scrap 6 Months campaign by the Motor Neurone Disease Association, which is based in my constituency of Northampton South, has managed to bring the important issue of payments to those with terminal illnesses to the fore, and I welcome the Department of Work and Pensions review of the special rules for terminal illness announced last July. But can I ask the Prime Minister to join me in pressing the DWP to complete its review and to scrap 6 months?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to my honourable friend and the work he's doing for those suffering from motor neurone disease, which is indeed a terrible illness. And we're doing everything we can to ensure that the welfare system works for sufferers of that illness. And that's why the Department of Work and Pensions is indeed looking at how they can change the way we help people nearing the end of their life with the most severe conditions, including motor neurone disease. And I'm sure that my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Friend, the Secretary of State for DWP, would be only too happy to meet my honourable friend at an early meeting, earliest convenience.
Leader of the Opposition, Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by paying tribute to Andrew Miller, the former member for Ellesmere Port in Neston, who sadly died on Christmas Eve. He sadly lost to this House. He spent over 20 years here, was an expert on science and technology, made an enormous contribution to this House. Our thoughts are with his family and his friends, and he's deeply mourned on this side of the House for the great contribution that he made. I also join the Prime Minister in sending sympathies and support to friends in Australia, where the fires have claimed over 20 people. Along with the loss of human life, hundreds of millions of animals have also been destroyed as a result of this. This is a warning of what global warming does to all of us, and we've got to take this very, very seriously, the threat of climate change. And I join the Prime Minister also in thoughts going to the friends and family of those who died sadly in the Ukrainian plane that crashed in Tehran last night. Mr. Speaker, following last night's attack on the United States bases in Iraq, can the Prime Minister confirm that he opposes any further retaliation or escalation in violence in a situation where the region is in real risk of going into a full-scale war?
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course I can confirm that, and I can point out to the Right Honourable Gentleman that the United Kingdom has been working solidly since the crisis began to bring together in particular our European allies in their response. And the House will have noted the E3 declaration that was issued by France, Germany and the United Kingdom, in which we drew particular attention to the baleful role played in the region for a very long time by Qasem Soleimani, and that was a collective European view, but a view that doesn't yet appear to be shared by the Right Honourable Gentleman. I've been interested in all his commentary that he hasn't yet raised that matter.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Speaker, following the government's support for the United States over the assassination of General Soleimani, is the Prime Minister confident that United Kingdom troops and civilians are not at further risk in the region and beyond?
Mr. Speaker, I can of course confirm, and that's an important question, that as far as we can tell, and there were no casualties last night sustained by the US, and no British personnel were injured in the attacks. And we are doing everything we can, of course, to protect UK interests in the region with HMS Defender and HMS Montrose operating in an enhanced state of readiness to protect shipping in the Gulf. And as the House heard yesterday from my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence, we've relocated non-essential personnel from Baghdad to Taji. And we will do everything that we can to prevent an escalation.
Jeremy Corbyn.
The government has said that it's sympathetic to the assassination of General Soleimani. What evidence has the Prime Minister got to suggest that this attack on him and his death was not an illegal act by the United States?
Well, Mr. Speaker, clearly the strict issue of legality is not for the UK to determine, since it was not our operation. But I think that most reasonable people would accept that the United States has a right to protect its bases and its personnel. And I would remind the House that the individual concerned, Qasem Soleimani, was not only responsible for many years, amongst other things, arming the Houthis with missiles with which they attacked innocent civilians, arming Hezbollah with missiles which again they used to attack innocent civilians, sustaining the Assad regime in Syria, one of the most brutal and barbaric regimes in the world, and of course supplying improvised explosive devices to terrorists who, I'm afraid, killed and maimed British troops. That man had the blood of British troops on his hands.
Mr. Speaker, if we stand by international law, as I'm sure the government does and would want to, then surely killing somebody in a foreign territory is an illegal act and should be condemned as such. If we believe in international law, that should be the solution to the problems in the world. And as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, as a permanent member of the UN Security Council, could the government say what representations have been made to ensure that the Iranian officials that want to attend the Security Council in order to try to bring about a resolution to the very dangerous situation in the region will be allowed to attend? And in the event of the US administration blocking them, what representations will he personally make to President Trump to make sure the UN can operate in the way that it should and must be able to operate?
I think the right honourable gentleman is probably well aware that the United States has a duty under international law to allow people to visit the UN, and that is indeed the position that the UK supports.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Iraqi Parliament passed a resolution calling for foreign troops to leave their country. Can the Prime Minister confirm that the British government will respect any decision made by a sovereign parliament and government in Iraq that may make such a request in the future, and will respect the sovereignty of Iraq as a nation?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I spoke, as the House can imagine, I've spoken extensively to our friends around the world, including our friends in Baghdad. And Prime Minister Adel Mehdi, who, of course, has, like many people in Iraq, has come to rely and depend on the support of coalition forces, not least from the UK. And as you will know, there is a very significant NATO mission in Iraq at the moment, helping in the fight against Daesh. And I think it is my wish, the wish of this government, I think it should be the wish of this House, that we should do everything that we can to support the security and integrity of Iraq and of the Iraqi people.
Jeremy Corbyn.
My question was if the government would respect the sovereignty of Iraq, its parliament and its government, and the Prime Minister did not answer that question. The United States' actions have undoubtedly escalated the risk of a dangerous conflict and in an already destabilised region, putting civilians, UK troops and nationals at risk and leaving the Iran nuclear deal in danger of being dead in the water. This government's response is not putting the interests of this country first, but instead seems more interested in prioritising the Prime Minister's relationship with President Trump over the security of the region and of this country. Isn't the truth, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister is unable to stand up to President Trump because he's hitched his wagon to a trade deal with the United States, and that prioritises everything else that he ought to be considering?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was kind of waiting for the little green men thing to come out at the end about the trade deal. This is absolute fiction. But what I will say is that the UK will continue to work for de-escalation in the region. I think we're having a great deal of success in bringing together a European response and in bridging the European response with that, of course, of our American friends, and working both with the Iranians and with the Iraqis to dial this thing down. But he should be in absolutely no doubt. And this is, of course, a leader of the opposition who has famously received £10,000 from Iranian press TV. He should be in absolutely no doubt that we are determined to guarantee with everything that we can the safety and security of the people of Iraq, whereas he, of course, would disband NATO. And it is this government that will continue to stick up for the people across the Middle East who have suffered at the hands of Qasem Soleimani and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Quds Force that he has led and whose terrorism he has promoted. And I'm very surprised at the end of these exchanges that he has yet to condemn the activities of Qasem Soleimani and the Revolutionary Guard.
In the last 10 years, there have been volumes of reports, independent reviews and recommendations calling for an end to inappropriate inpatient care for people with learning disabilities or challenging behaviour. In the wake of the Winterbourne Views scandal alone, there were 7 such reports. As we start a new decade, would my right honourable friend state how many people are still trapped in inappropriate care settings and instruct the Department of Health to act on those recommendations and the asks of families and campaigners so these very vulnerable people can get the care they need and deserve?
I thank my right honourable friend for the passionate campaign that she wages. I can tell her the number, this current number is 2,190, which is blatantly unacceptable, but it is moving down. My right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, tells me the number is coming down rapidly. We have a pledge to reduce it by 50%, and I'm sure that he will meet her very shortly.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome you to your place? Wish you, all members and staff, give you year. And I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister for our friends in Australia and the tragedy of the Ukrainian airline crash. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to see the resumption of democracy in Iraq. We want to see the return to peace. And, of course, we support all measures to make sure that diplomatic efforts can get us to a better place. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, who should determine the future of Scotland? The Prime Minister or the people who live in Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, I think the answer is very clear. It's the people of Scotland who voted decisively only 4 or 5 years ago to stay members of the most successful political partnership in history by a decisive majority in a once-in-a-generation choice.
Ian Blackford.
Mr. Speaker, this is about democracy. In 2016, the people of Scotland voted to remain in the European Union, yet they're being dragged out of Europe against their will by this Prime Minister. In 2019, the people of Scotland elected a majority of SNP MPs to Westminster. The Scottish National Party won the election on the premise of Scotland's right to choose its own future, rejecting the Prime Minister who lost more than half his seats in Scotland. Mr. Speaker, today the Scottish Parliament will decline legislative consent to the withdrawal bill we are deliberating later today. Why is this Conservative government dismissing the will of the people of Scotland, ignore their voicing and disregarding our Parliament?
Mr. Speaker, I think the real question is why does the SNP keep going on about breaking up the most successful union in history to distract from their abundant failures in government? Look at what's happening. In spite of getting an extra £9 billion, in spite of getting £9 billion a year from the UK Exchequer, which of course they would lose if they were so foolish as to break away, they are mismanaging their healthcare, and you're seeing, I'm afraid, no, it is not the fault of Scottish pupils, but you're seeing Scottish schools falling behind in educational standards. Concentrate on what you're doing and stop going on about breaking up the union.
heart of our One Nation government is our manifesto commitment. A strong society needs strong families. Yeah. After last week's £165 million boost to extend the Troubled Families programme, will the Prime Minister outline how the government will additionally fulfil our manifesto pledge to champion family hubs to, and I quote from our manifesto, serve vulnerable families with the intensive, integrated support they need to care for our children?
Yeah. Well, I pay tribute to my honourable friend for all that she has done to campaign for families, and it was thanks to her, I think, that we put family hubs in the manifesto. Be in no doubt that we're working now with local authorities to champion and to deliver family hubs.
Thank you. Finally, it appears that some action is being taken against Northern Rail. Will the Prime Minister commit to stripping them of their franchise, and will he also commit to devolving the power and the money to the regions so that local people have the power over their local transport and never have to suffer the appalling catalogue of delays, overcrowding, cancellations and disruptions that have gone on far too long?
Well, I have to say to the honourable lady that I share her outrage, and I do understand what she is saying, and we are developing contingency plans for a replacement for Northern Rail. But what we are also doing, and she raises the point, we are also looking at the whole way the franchising system operates, and she'll have seen the Keith Williams's very, very valuable report on that.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has always been a vocal advocate of localism. So what advice can he give to my constituents who are concerned about the local Lib Dem Council's unwanted housing plan in Eastleigh, which would lead to even more overdevelopment without securing the vital infrastructure that Eastleigh needs?
Well, I'm not surprised at what he says about the cavalier behaviour of Lib Dem councils in Eastleigh. We will make sure that insofar as we need to build many more homes, which we do, we will of course supply the infrastructure necessary and do it on brownfield sites.
Joe Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is a man of vision, apparently. What's his vision for the constitutional relationship between Wales and England in the events of Irish reunification and Scottish independence?
Our relationship, like the relationship of the whole United Kingdom, will go from strength to strength.
American company Wheelabrator has a track record of breaching environmental legislation in the USA and now seeks to build a massive incinerator in the beautiful Tess Valley. Local residents are looking to this government because of their concerns about emissions levels and are seeking reassurance from my right honourable friend that regulations on emissions from incineration will be further enhanced and greener alternatives encouraged.
Well, I've seen her point with great concern, Mr. Speaker, because as we move to a net zero economy, which we will by 2050, under this groundbreaking Conservative government, it is vital that we tackle that kind of emissions. And that's why we're establishing an Office for Environmental Protection, and I will chair a new Cabinet Committee to drive forward action on climate change across the whole of government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a happy new year to you and all your staff and everyone in the House. The Prime Minister knows that his Get Brexit Done slogan was vacuous. He also knows it's not even the end of the beginning, with no deal firmly back on the table. So will he now acknowledge that any job lost and any impact on British industry as a result of his Brexit policy is firmly at his door?
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the predictions of the gloomsters, unemployment is at a record low. We put on about 800,000 jobs since the referendum, and we will indeed get Brexit done by January the 31st.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For social justice, for life chances, for opportunities for the next generation, education is the key. And that is why the Prime Minister's pledge for additional funding is so welcome, especially for historically underfunded areas, such as Dorset and Poole. But equally important are discipline and standards. Will the Prime Minister ensure that there is a continued focus on the most disadvantaged, especially when it comes to vital literacy and numeracy skills?
Yes, indeed I will, Mr. Speaker, and I pay tribute, by the way, to my honourable friend, the member for Chichester, I think, is he? Where is he? Who campaigned for so long for synthetic phonics, which has done such a huge amount to help kids to read in this country. This is the only country in the G7 where performance of disadvantaged pupils has actually improved in reading since 2009. We need to do more, and as my honourable friend says, that is why we're investing more now, record sums, in education.
Brendan O'Hara.
Margaret Thatcher, John Major and his own immediate predecessor all accepted that the Union of the United Kingdom can only be maintained by consent.
Start again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What a bunch of lies. Start again. Start again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Margaret Thatcher, John Major and his immediate predecessor all accepted that the Union of the United Kingdom can only be maintained by consent. Yet despite winning 3 elections seeking to test that consent, the Prime Minister insists that the SNP government does not have a mandate to hold another independence referendum. So could he tell me exactly what mechanism is available to the Scottish people to give their consent or otherwise for maintaining this union, and how should they go about exercising that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can only repeat my point, which is that the Scottish people do have a mechanism. They used it in 2014. It's a referendum, and it took place. And it was, as I think members opposite all confirmed, it was a once-in-a-generation event.
David Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you being a Northern MP like myself would welcome the news that there's going to be more money spent in the north of England. I want to reiterate that Morecambe needs the Eden project, and would my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, like to come to Morecambe and see me and the Eden team about getting the Eden project back in Morecambe again to make Morecambe the best place on the face of this earth?
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Eden of Britain. I've just heard from my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, that he does indeed, Mr. Speaker, the House should know that the Eden project is now, thanks to the Chancellor, very likely to come to Morecambe.
Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For more than 2 years, I have been campaigning on behalf of my constituents in Hart Hill and 4,000 other low-income road chef workers across the UK who have waited more than 20 years to receive share ownership money that is rightfully theirs. In 2018, there was a breakthrough when HMRC agreed to repay millions of pounds in wrongfully paid tax. However, I understand that they are trying now to recoup tax on every penny possible from those low-income workers. Given that the Trust was set up as a non-tax employee ownership scheme, does the Prime Minister think it is fair that HMRC would seek to run roughshod over that, and will he now meet with me in order to discuss this protracted saga?
Yes, of course. I make a general point that we've done a huge amount to lift the burden of taxation on the low-paid, and we're lifting the living wage by the biggest ever increase. But I know that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, will welcome the opportunity to discuss the particular matter he raises in person.
Shirley Schwarzer.
In the period 2018 to 2019, overseas companies investing in Northern Ireland created nearly 1,500 new jobs. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that if Stormont were to be up and running again, then this year that number would be considerably higher, and that it's important that no stone is left unturned in efforts by the Northern Ireland parties to seek agreement so that the Northern Ireland Assembly can be properly functioning again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to say the UK is now the 3rd highest recipient of foreign investment in the world, but Northern Ireland could get even more than it currently does if, as my right honourable friend rightly says, if people took their responsibilities and got Stormont up and running again.
Tommy Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, in the twilight of the last Parliament, both the Scottish Affairs and Health Select Committees produced reports on the drugs crisis. Both reports drew on international evidence and recommended a change in the law to allow vulnerable addicts to be able to consume substances in secure facilities under medical supervision. Now, I know this is a complex and controversial area, and I'm not expecting the Prime Minister to make policy in the hoof, but I want to ask him, will he consider on a pilot basis the establishment of overdose prevention centres in order to gather evidence as to whether this could help prevent deaths in this country as it has in other countries?
I'm grateful to the honourable member because he's raising a very important issue and a difficult problem. And the question is, how do you introduce, as it were, consumption rooms without encouraging consumption? That's the challenge that we face. As he knows, we are having a drugs summit this year. It will be held in Scotland, and we will be announcing a date shortly.
Deanna Davidson.
My local NHS trust is currently consulting on closing the stroke rehabilitation service at Bishop Auckland Hospital. Staff on the ward are rightly very concerned about this proposed closure and the impacts that it will have on local residents, particularly those in my rural communities. So, can I ask the Prime Minister, are you willing to work with myself and the Health Secretary to take this matter seriously and prove to the residents of Bishop Auckland that we're on their side?
Yes. Yeah. Well, can I congratulate my honourable friend and welcome her and indeed all new colleagues to their first edition of Prime Minister's Question Time. Thank her for raising her concerns with me. I've heard just now from the Health Secretary passing the ball straight down the line that he is indeed going to address the matter that she raises as fast as possible. As she knows, we're putting record sums into the NHS, and it is our intention to help Bishop Auckland.
Liam Fletcher.
Like much of the rest of the country, hospital A&E waiting times in Coventry have been under constant pressure, with the latest figures showing that almost a quarter of attendances are waiting 4 hours or more to be seen. I'm aware that the government has made commitments to invest in the NHS. So would the Prime Minister agree to meet a delegation from Coventry to discuss the prospect of opening a second walk-in centre in the city to alleviate some of the pressure on our overstretched A&E department?
I thank her for raising the issue with me, and if I can't do it, I'm sure that the Health Secretary can.
Sir David Evan.
Does my right honourable friend share my concerns about the lack of educational achievement and aspiration among so many of our working class boys across the country? Will he make it a top priority for his government to ensure that all school children throughout the country are given the opportunities to maximise their talents?
Yes, I can, Mr. Speaker, and not only are we investing record sums in primary and secondary education, but we're also setting up a national skills fund to help those who don't necessarily think that they are candidates for university but have a huge amount to offer the economy and need every help they can get. They have massive, massive potential.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year to you and everyone else in the Chamber. Can the Prime Minister detail what steps he has taken, working in concert with Germany and France, in helping to restore the Iran nuclear deal since he was appointed Prime Minister in July?
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable. He raises a very important point, and as he knows, it is our view that the JCPOA remains the best way of preventing nuclear proliferation in Iran, the best way of encouraging the Iranians not to develop a nuclear weapon, and we think that after this crisis has abated, which of course we sincerely hope it will, that way forward will remain. It is a shell that is currently being voided, but it remains a shell into which we can put substance again.
Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent months, the performance of West Midlands Rail for my constituents and for constituents across the region has been absolutely woeful. Will he agree with Andy Street, the West Midlands Mayor, that if they do not shape up by the end of January, that they too should have an inspection by the Secretary of State for Transport and potentially have their franchise taken away?
Mr. Speaker, the House will have heard what I had to say already to the Honourable Lady about the performance of various franchise holders across our rail network. We are looking at the whole issue, and the bell is tolling for West Midlands Rail, if I hear my honourable friend correctly.
Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker. During the festive season, I've been thinking about the Prime Minister basking in his hammock and mustique, maybe contemplating his mandate. But the mandate is absolutely nothing compared with the mandate won by my colleagues here on the benches. Winning 45% of the popular vote and 80% of the seats. Our mandate is unassailable. So the Prime Minister's holidays are over, and it's now time to deliver on that mandate. The Scottish Government has an oven ready, Edinburgh Agreement 2.0. When will discussions begin?
Mr. Speaker, I think I've given this answer a couple of times already. The people of Scotland had the chance to decide. They decided emphatically in favour of remaining in the UK, and that I think that decision should be respected.
Steve Double. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Prime Minister's continued commitment to invest and level up across our country. This will be particularly welcome in Cornwall, that continues to be one of the poorest parts of the UK. So will the Prime Minister confirm to the people of Cornwall that we will continue to be at the heart of his government's plans to invest in the regions of the country?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I can confirm that, and my honourable friend and I have discussed this issue many times. Not only will Cornwall continue to receive all the cash it gets through the Shared Prosperity Fund, but we will do extraordinary things with infrastructure, the A303, you name it, to improve transport to Cornwall, road transport, rail transport, and the NHS as well. Truro, Penzance, and virtually every hospital in Cornwall, Anson Hospital, will be there.
Final question, Colton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, my constituent, Stephen Gallant, did a bad thing for which he is serving a life sentence in prison. But on the 29th of November, he was the third man on London Bridge. He wrestled the knife-wielding murderous terrorist to the ground so that police marksmen could shoot him dead. Stephen is rightly serving life in prison. But will the Prime Minister congratulate and pay tribute to Stephen for his bravery that day, which no doubt saved lives?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for his question and for making a very good point, which I think the whole House would agree. I'm lost in admiration for the bravery of Stephen Gallant and indeed others who went to the assistance of members of the public on that day and fought a very determined terrorist. And obviously it's not for the government to decide these things, but it is my hope that that gallantry will in due course be recognised in the proper way.
Point of order, Hannah Bedell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I seek your advice. Yesterday, on re-entering the building for the first time after Christmas, I witnessed one of the worst cases of abuse of security staff that I have seen in my time here. One of the members of the other place, who I will name so as not to incriminate anybody else, Lord Ken McGuinness, had forgotten his pass, something that we have all been guilty of. However, instead of taking the advice of the security staff, who, as we all know, are here for our security and our safety, he proceeded to verbally abuse and shout at both the member of staff, calling them crooked, saying, did they not know who he was? He had been here for 46 years, and refusing to take the advice of and assistance of both myself, the security staff and the police that then attended. I have reported this incident to the authorities, but I seek your advice, as the member is not elected, so I am interested to know to whom he is accountable and what can be done to make sure no member of staff on the estate is ever treated in that way or abused in the manner which I and others witnessed yesterday.
First of all, let me say, no member of staff of either house should have to put up with abuse. I would say we have a policy that runs through all of this estate, and I would always encourage members to respect the people who are carrying out their duties to make sure we are safe. And that's what I would also say is normally we would not name a member of either house in this way, but what I do take very seriously is that staff carrying out their duties should not have to put up with abuse. What I would say is we are aware of the situation. I would expect those in another place to look into that, and I want to reassure those staff that it will not be tolerated, and we will ensure that that message goes across to all members of both houses. Point of order, Michael Fabricant.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will have escaped anybody's attention, but nevertheless I think it's worth making the point that we went through all the names on the order paper for Prime Minister's questions, and a number of other colleagues on both sides got in, and we finished at about 12:31, and no one had to suffer abuse from the chair. So with that, may I wish you a very happy New Year and many more.
Well, what I say is I don't want to use up the time on that basis of feeling about me. Gareth Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to you. Liridan Saliluka, who was originally from Kosovo but had a British passport and was, before he was arrested and imprisoned at Belmarsh, resident in the London Borough of Harrow, was recently found dead in his cell. Whilst the prison service ombudsman appears to be investigating, there appear to have been delays, according to his family, in getting a post-mortem to take place. I wonder what avenues are available to me as a Member of Parliament from the said London Borough of Harrow to encourage that autopsy to take place as a matter of urgency.
The issue's been raised, and I know the Home Secretary is here in the team. But I say it's not an issue for me personally now, but I'm sure that it will be picked up and dealt with. Right, what I'd like to do now is go on to presentation of bills. Secretary Priti Patel.
Windrush Compensation Scheme Expenditure Bill.
Second reading what day? Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of bills. Secretary Robert Butland.
Moved. Prisoners' Disclosure of Information about Victims Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now presentation of bill under Secretary of State Matt Warman.
Telecommunications Infrastructure Leasehold Property Bill.
Yes, of course. And somebody nods. Marvellous. Right. We now second reading what day? Tomorrow. Excellent. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill Committee.
Now.
Order. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
Order.
European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We now embark on the second day of scrutiny of the withdrawal bill by Committee of the Whole House. And can I again gently remind honourable members that Mr. Speaker has determined that this is not a suitable vehicle for maiden speeches. And any colleagues wishing to make a maiden speech should consult with the table office, and they will find them most helpful. So we begin with Amendment 38, Clause 19, with which it will be convenient to consider clauses, schedules, amendments and the new clause listed on the selection paper. Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I rise to move Amendments 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46 and 49 in my name and those of some of my colleagues. I also rise to move Amendment 10 in the name of my honourable friend, the Member for Central Ayrshire, and some of my other colleagues, and also to move Amendment 28, 29 and new clause 43 in the name of my honourable friend, the Member for Cumbernauld and Kilsyth. Mr Chair, we heard a lot yesterday from the benches opposite about the desire for the British people to get on with Brexit. And so I would like to begin today by reminding the benches opposite that the United Kingdom at present consists of 4 constituent parts, and 2 out of those 4 constituent parts, Scotland and Northern Ireland, have voted to remain in the European Union on every single occasion they have been given, including the European Union referendum in 2016 and thereafter. And whilst I acknowledge that the Prime Minister and his party won a majority of the seats in England and respect that outcome in England, I would ask them on the benches opposite to pause and consider that the Prime Minister did not win a majority of the seats in Wales. He didn't win any seats in Northern Ireland, and indeed it was Remain parties that won the majority of the seats in Northern Ireland. And in Scotland, where the Conservative and Unionist Party stood on a manifesto of delivering Brexit and preventing a second independence referendum, they were reduced to a rump of 6 MPs, and the Scottish National Party won the election emphatically. So I would just ask that perhaps this afternoon could not be another session of Scotland Get Back in Your Box, but there might be some respectful recognition of the democratic desire of my constituents in Edinburgh South West and the majority of constituents in Scotland to have remained in the European Union. And therefore, rather than lectures about delivering the will of the British people, let us seriously consider that it is the role of opposition to scrutinise bills. And while I realise inevitably Brexit will now happen, although I hope and believe that Scotland will find a way round that, for Scotland, that doesn't mean to say that there aren't very legitimate concerns about the way in which the government are seeking to deliver Brexit. And I will, yes.
Will she further accept that 16.5 million people voted for parties either supporting Remain or a public vote on the deal, versus 14.5 million for the oven-ready Brexit that we've been prepared, and therefore there is in fact a democratic mandate to put this deal to the people still?
Well, I have to say that I think the ship has sailed on that because of the outcome of the election in England. However, the ship has not sailed on Scotland's constitutional future, because, like it or not, the Conservative Party was reduced to a rump of representation in Scotland in the general election, and my party won 47 out of the 59 seats. Now, it's surely a matter of concern in a democracy which is not a unitary state but consists of several nations, that no matter how many amendments I and my colleagues put forward to this bill, and probably every other bill in this session, we are unlikely to achieve a single amendment. And rather than the braying and jeering which occurred when the leader of my group, the Right Honourable Member for Ross Skye and Lochaber, got up to ask his questions this afternoon, I would suggest to those opposite, if they really believe in preserving the union of the United Kingdom, they might want to show a little bit more respect, not necessarily to me or my right honourable friend, but to those who sent us here to advocate for what the majority of people in Scotland want. And whether the benches opposite like it or not, the majority of people in Scotland do not want to leave the European Union, and the majority of people in Scotland want a second opportunity to look at Scotland's constitutional future in the light of England's decision to leave the European Union. I defy any Democrat to say that that's not a reasonable position. And I would just gently suggest to the benches opposite that jeering at the representatives of voters in Scotland, shouting us down and rubbishing our legitimate concerns is not a sustainable position for the next 5 years.
Will the Right Honourable Lady give way?
I will, yes.
I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I'm a unionist, and yet I share her concern that there is a need for the voices from the various and diverse parts of the United Kingdom to be heard. And she is right to say that it is unlikely the government will accept any of the amendments that are being put forward today that represent very legitimate concerns, not least
on the part of those of us who represent Northern Ireland, and actually who've come together in a rather unprecedented way, all the main parties, to back many of these amendments. So I do hope going forward, post the withdrawal agreement, that there will be more consultation and more discussion, including the representatives of the various parts of the United Kingdom.
There's not much about which myself and the right honourable gentleman will agree, but we can agree on this point. And there needs to be a recognition in the triumphalism of the win in England, and I understand that, because we feel pretty triumphal about our win in Scotland. Yeah. But in the triumphalism of the Conservative Unionist Party's win in England, if they really say that they are a Unionist party, then they require to engage properly with the representatives of the other parts of the United Kingdom. Now, this brings me to the terms of the amendments I wish to move today. And just before I get on to the amendments number 38 and the ones associated with that, I just want to raise again with the Treasury bench the points I made yesterday about the sweeping powers which the government is taking to itself in clauses 3, 12, 13, 14, 18, 21 and 27 to make delegated legislation making provision for areas of devolved policy. Now, I know the Secretary of State tried to rubbish my interventions yesterday, but if he's had time to read the independent report of the Scottish Parliament Information Centre overnight, he will see that this is not some SNP party political diatribe, but it is a matter of fact on careful analysis of the bill that the government is taking to itself the right for British ministers acting alone to make delegated legislation in relation to devolved areas. And this shows that the power grab, which the SNP have complained about on a number of occasions, is actually going to take place. Now, the Minister tried to deflect me yesterday by saying, first of all, that the power related to reserved matters. Simply not correct. It quite clearly relates to devolved matters. And then he tried to say that the power they were taking was simply technical. But of course, the Minister will know that the Sewell Convention doesn't apply to delegated legislation. But, Mr Chair, it probably wouldn't matter if it did, because the government's prepared to drive a coach and horses through the Sewell Convention now. But rather interestingly, the government's delegated powers memorandum in relation to this bill states that the UK ministers won't normally make regulations in relation to devolved areas without the agreement of the relevant devolved administration, which is what the Sewell Convention says. But we know that lately Sewell and that convention has been more honoured in the breach than it's being obeyed. So I want to ask the Minister again, can he revisit his remarks from yesterday? Will he acknowledge for the record, and these are matters which of course may be litigated in the future, so the record might be quite important, will he acknowledge for the record that the clauses to which I've referred do give UK government ministers the power to make delegated legislation in relation to devolved matters? And will he acknowledge for the record that that is an incursion into devolved policy, which rightly causes concern, not just for the Scottish National Party, but for all those who believe in the devolved settlement? And I know it's history, but 22 years ago, 75% of the people of Scotland voted for that devolved settlement. And it's worth remembering that the background against which they did so was years and years of Scotland voting Labour, but getting a Conservative government. Now we have years and years of Scotland voting SNP, but getting a Conservative government. And I think it's quite reasonable, if one looks at history, to draw the lesson from that, that there probably will be another constitutional referendum in Scotland soon, because a similar tension exists as to the tension which existed in the 1990s. So I look forward to hearing from the Secretary of State later on today with an acknowledgement of the power that is being taken to the British government here.
Well put.
Now, overall, Mr Chair, I would say that what this bill is about the executive taking as much power to itself as possible, not just from the Scottish Parliament and the Welsh Assembly, but also from this Parliament, with the swinging use of delegated legislation, and in relation to clause 26, which I'll come to in a moment, from the judiciary. Now, the Conservative and Unionist Party's manifesto revealed that the government's aim was to change the balance between government, parliament and the courts. And as my honourable friend, the member for Central Ayrshire, said yesterday, in this bill we see the beginning of the changing of that balance. But we also see a continued attack on rights, not just the undermining of EU citizens' rights, as we heard yesterday, not just the undermining of workers' rights, which we'll come to later today, but also the rights of child refugees. And I think it's fair to say that this is the proposal in this part which we're discussing just now, which has excited the most public comment. And I've certainly received many communications from constituents who are very worried about this. And in this connection, I wish to move the amendments in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, new clause 43, Amendment 28 and Amendment 29, or at least to address them at this stage, Mr Chair. Whether or not they're moved is perhaps a matter for later. Because, Mr Chair, right now, across Europe, there are thousands of unaccompanied children living in the most desperate circumstances, many of whom are separated from their families. And legal family reunion is a lifeline to these children who would otherwise risk their lives in dinghies or in the back of lorries in order to reach a place of safety with their family. And we've seen some pretty awful evidence recently of what can happen when refugees resort to dinghies or the back of lorries. And in recognition of that fact, in 2018, a cross-party coalition in this House, including prominent members of all parties, including the Conservative and Unionist Party, recognised the humanitarian need for family reunion to continue and secured a legal commitment from the then government to negotiate a replacement for it for the rules currently in place when we leave the European Union. And for the government to seek to remove those protections now risks causing panic amongst refugee families currently separated in Europe with potentially tragic consequences. And it's also deeply unacceptable to constituents of many different MPs in this House. Now, the government say they're going to continue with refugee family reunion, so it's really not clear to me why they're going to the trouble of taking the commitment out of this bill, unless they want to hedge their bets a bit. And based on past experience, that's what I suspect they are up to. Because without this obligation in the bill, there'll be no obligation on the government to ensure that family reunion continues beyond the very restrictive rules in United Kingdom law. I will, yes.
To the Honourable Lady, and I was one of the supporters of the original amendments around family reunification, and I trust the government that this commitment will be stuck to in the appropriate place, which is an immigration bill. But will she acknowledge that there is a potential problem post-Dublin III with the full extent of those family members who qualify for family reunification, which needs to be sorted out? There's also a problem with the rate at which potential applicants are processed in places like Greece and Italy, which is not working well, and the cost of those applications as well. This whole scheme needs to be properly overhauled, and just bunging it in this bill is not necessarily the best way of getting the best result, which we all actually want.
The answer to that is the whole scheme is not bunged in this bill. The obligation to maintain certain minimum level requirements is being taken out by this bill when it was agreed on by cross-party members, including the Right Honourable Gentleman, in the last Parliament. And the UK's immigration rules as they stand, apart from some very limited circumstances, only allow for children to reunite with parents in their UK. Only allow for children, not other relatives, just children to reunite with parents in the UK.
We don't really give way.
I've just finished the point and then I will. Under the EU Dublin III regulation, children have a legal route to reunite with other family members such as siblings, grandparents, aunts and uncles. And 95% of the children that the charity Safe Passage supports to reunite with family safely and legally would be ineligible under the current UK rules, the consequence being that they would be forced to remain alone and separated from their family. So there's a very legitimate concern that taking out this previous commitment in this bill is the beginning of a move towards an absolute minimalist requirement, minimalist approach from this government to their rights and duties. And I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Forgive me, and just to put on answered and on record the issue of what the honourable lady has referred to. In my constituency, there are many churches, there are many individuals, there are lots of people who have contacted me by email who want to see that what the honourable lady has asked for enshrined in the legislation. I had thought that perhaps maybe government were committed to doing that, and it is disappointing. But I'm just saying that if government wants to reflect public opinion out in the street and wants to reflect the public opinion in the constituency of Strangford and elsewhere, then listen to the voices of the churches, listen to the voice of the community groups, listen to the voice of individuals who want to see it happening. And with that in mind, I would support the honourable lady.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman for his comments, with which I entirely agree. Now, the amendments that have been the amendments that have been crafted by the SNP, I just want to deal with them, and then I will take another intervention. New clause 43 is designed to oblige the government to negotiate an agreement so Dublin 3 as a whole continues as closely as possible to the current arrangements. So far as we can make out, this is different from other opposition amendments which focus only on children with family here. And the purpose is to challenge the government to explain why the broader Dublin 3 system is not worth saving. Amendment 28 specifically relates to children. Again, so far as we can see, unlike other opposition amendments, it's the only one that goes beyond seeking an agreement and requires ministers to put in place a scheme so that we keep accepting take-charge requests from unaccompanied minors. We in the SNP ask, why should that be negotiated away? If we believe children seeking international protection are best placed with their families, then let's allow it to happen in the United Kingdom. If we get an agreement that the arrangement is mutual with the EU, that would be great. But why wait? Are we seriously saying that in the unlikely event that the European Union decide to play bad cop, Britain, global Britain, won't take these children? And I give way first of all to the honourable lady from Manchester, which I forget, and then to the...
And following very carefully the argument she is making, would she not also agree that the obligation the government already has under the 2009 Act to protect the best interests of children would be an essential factor in considering exactly the amendments that she is discussing, and that if they're refusing to accept these amendments, they are undermining that piece of legislation and the intention of it?
I do entirely agree with that point, and I'll take an intervention out of the right honourable lady.
I'm for giving way, but just you also agree that the thing that is so troubling about what the government has chosen to do is they've chosen to remove the obligations in the previous 2018 Act that everyone had accepted, that had been supported by government ministers, by this House, as just a very sensible objective to negotiate an agreement to make sure that some of those vulnerable children could simply be reunited with those families. It was the most innocuous element of that Act, and so therefore it is just inexplicable that government ministers should suddenly decide they want to take that away.
I agree, it is inexplicable unless government ministers see the advantage of the majority they have secured for the English electorate to renege on an important humanitarian commitment, which, as the honourable member for Strangford said, represents the best about what people across these islands hold dear in terms of their Christian faith or other faiths or their humanitarianism. So I think it's incumbent upon the government to tell us what they're really up to here. Now, if I could just deal briefly with Amendment 29, I'll just make a little bit of progress now. Amendment 29 is similar to the ones advanced by other opposition parties, and it simply puts back in the obligation to negotiate an agreement for unaccompanied children. We see that very much as a fallback, Mr. Chair, and we would like this House to go further than that. Now, I want to move quickly on to deal with my amendments number 38 and following, which relate to the extent to which this bill resorts to delegated powers in order for the government to change the law in the ways it feels are appropriate, not necessary, but appropriate, in relation to our withdrawal from the European Union. Because this bill enables the government to make potentially huge changes to the law through secondary legislation. which cannot possibly enjoy the same level of scrutiny by this Parliament which one might expect in a properly functioning constitutional democracy contemplating such significant change as this Parliament seems determined to embark upon. Now, in the previous Parliament, I pressed ministers to explain why the determining factor for the use of these extensive delegated powers was whether ministers felt them to be appropriate rather than necessary, because appropriate sets a very low and subjective threshold, enabling the minister to implement a wide range of legislative measures without adequate parliamentary scrutiny. And many independent bodies, such as the Law Society of England and Wales, along with other bodies such as the Lords Delegated Powers and Regulatory Reform Committee, have suggested, as my amendments do, that the test should be narrowed to an objective test of necessity. Because, Mr Chair, if the role of Parliament in scrutinising this delegated legislation is going to be reduced, then the only other mechanism to scrutinise it will be through judicial review. And that puts quite a heavy burden on the individual. Now, in the previous Parliament... Yes.
Thank her for giving way. She's making a very important point here. And I sat in many of the delegated legislation committees in the previous Parliament, and your ability to actually amend anything is nil. You can't amend anything, you can't change anything in delegated legislation committees. So would you agree with me that it's a woefully inadequate process because there is no prospect? Well, it might have some degree of scrutiny, it certainly has no ability to change anything.
Yeah, I mean, my honourable friends are absolutely right. And the reality is that if the only place where this discretion is going to be scrutinised is in the courts when individuals raise concerns about the impact of delegated legislation on their rights, then the breadth of discretion which the judiciary have to determine whether something is appropriate rather than necessary could be quite problematic for the judiciary, and indeed that was reflected in the previous Parliament by judicial concerns about the breadth of discretion afforded by the word appropriate. Now, I've tried on numerous occasions in the previous Parliament to get ministers in the government to explain why they must have the word appropriate rather than necessary. But I'm not a quitter, Mr Chairman, so I'm going to try again today, and I'll be interested to hear what the Minister has to say. Moving on to Amendment 10, in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Central Ayrshire. I believe she's going to speak about it later, or may wish to intervene on me, but I'll just deal with it fairly briefly, but it's very important, and others will of course speak about Northern Ireland at length this afternoon. But Amendment 10 deals with powers in relation to implementing the Northern Ireland Protocol, and as my honourable friend the member for Central Ayrshire said yesterday, the arrangements in relation to the protocol are pretty sketchy, with almost everything left to the Joint Committee to work out and then to be enacted again through delegated powers. But there's a significant difference between the restrictions on the powers afforded under new Section 8C and those under previous similar sections, such as Section 8B5. Because there's no restriction on the powers, for example, in relation to their ability to impinge on the devolved settlements of Scotland and Wales. And there, of course, are very live concerns about the extent to which business organisations, food and drink industry, and particularly inshore fishing, as we heard yesterday, could potentially be impacted upon in Scotland in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol. And I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. I mean, the issue obviously also includes the Northern Ireland Act, and of concern perhaps in this chamber is the Human Rights Act. If you look at the clause that new clause C would replace in the Withdrawal Act 2018, it had the limitations. They had become relatively standard, and I find it very suspicious that they are missing. There is no sunset clause, there's no restriction about taxes or new offences, and particularly no protection for the devolved administrations or the Human Rights Act. I think that is really concerning, because we are being asked to sign up to something that we have no idea what the long-term ramifications are.
Absolutely. And as I think a committee of the House of Lords pointed out, it's very unusual for restrictions in relation to the Human Rights Act and also the Scotland Act, the Government of Wales Act and the Northern Ireland Act not to appear in relation to delegated powers. So I'm interested in hearing from the government as to why these restrictions don't appear, and as to in what ways they think the implementation of the Northern Irish Protocol will impact upon the Scotland Act and indeed the Government of Wales Act, and in what ways the implementation of the Northern Irish Protocol will impact upon the Human Rights Act, and why they therefore want to take to themselves delegated powers to interfere with the Human Rights Act and the devolved settlement in Scotland. Now, looking quickly to my amendment in relation to clause 26, which is number 49. This relates to the concern expressed by many that the government is amending Section 6 of the European Union Withdrawal Act, the original provision being that the Supreme Court for the whole of the UK, or in relation to criminal matters, the High Court of Justiciary, were not bound by retained EU case law and could depart from that case law in the same way that those Supreme Courts would depart from their own case law. But in an almost, I think I'm correct in saying, an unprecedented use of delegated legislation, in clause 26, the government intends to take to itself the power to pass regulations specifying additional courts or tribunals that could depart from EU law. Now, that's a most unusual approach, and I'm wondering what has prompted this approach. I'm interested to hear what is the justification for clause 26. Is it an act of revenge on the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom and the Supreme Court of Scotland for daring to defy the previous Conservative government for ruling its unlawful prorogation out of order? Or is there some other rationale for this? If so, I'd be very interested to hear what it is, because I know their lordships are taking a very close interest in the other place in this clause, and even if I'm not able to move the SNP amendment to this clause today, which would revert to the status quo of the previous Act, I'm sure it will be moved in the House of Lords, because there's a very real concern that the aim here is to impact upon the independence of the judiciary, and that also different regulations applying to different courts about the extent to which EU law was overruled or could be applied will interfere with a very important principle of legal certainty. So again, in some ways this is a probing amendment, but it's an amendment which, if not moved in this House, I'm sure will be moved elsewhere, and so it would be interesting to hear from the government exactly why they consider it necessary to change diverge so radically from the previous course of action upon which they were determined. Now, before I conclude, Mr Chair, I know there are a number of other important amendments in this section laid by other parties. I want to say something about them very briefly. Amendment 4 from the official opposition on child refugees is one which we would be inclined to support if they move it, although we would like to go a bit further than that, as I indicated in relation to the amendments I mentioned earlier. Also, amendments from the official opposition in relation to transparency on the arrangements for Northern Ireland, and generally on scrutiny and oversight, we are very keen to support. And we are also wholeheartedly give our support to the amendment laid in the name of the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion, and also to our friends from Plaid Cymru, New Clause 17. And also, Mr Chair, it is of course a great pleasure, particularly for myself and my colleagues in the SNP, to have once more in this chamber the company of Irish nationalists. And whilst I totally respect and understand Sinn Féin's historical reasons for abstentionism, it's good that we will again hear the voice of Irish nationalism on the floor of this House, and the voice of a very significant part of the community in Northern Ireland, and will be reminded that Northern Ireland, like Scotland, voted to remain in the European Union. So we would be keen to lend our support to the amendments laid in the name of the MPs for the Social Democratic and Labour Party. So in conclusion, Mr Chair, I know and I'm certain that not one single amendment sponsored by the Scottish National Party will pass in relation to this bill. Just as one single amendment sponsored by the Scottish National Party passed in relation to the Scotland Bill back in 2015, despite the fact that we had 56 out of the 59 MPs in Scotland and now have 48 out of 59. It's worth remembering that the devolution settlement, which this bill will undermine, was predicated on the idea expressed in the Claim of Right for Scotland, which asserts that it's the sovereign right of the Scottish people to determine the form of government best suited to their needs. And of course, on the 4th of July 2018, the previous Parliament unanimously endorsed that principle in the Claim of Right. So the previous British Parliament accepted that it's the sovereign right of the Scottish people to determine the form of government best suited to their needs. This means that this House has itself recognised the principle of self-determination for Scotland, explicitly and unanimously. And I'll look forward to seeing whether the government have any proposals to reverse that in this Parliament. But what I would say to them, returning to what I said at the opening of my remarks, the day is coming when the people of Scotland will once again vote on whether Scotland should regain its former status as an independent nation-state. And the hubris, insouciance and lack of respect for democracy embodied in this bill will hasten that date and ensure victory for the independence movement.
For clarification, and as the Honourable Lady indicated, although a very considerable number of amendments and new clauses have been grouped for debate under this part, only the lead amendment at this stage is moved. So the question is that Amendment 38 be made. And it gives me pleasure to call, by way of a maiden speech in his capacity as a Knight of the Realm, Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much indeed, Sir Roger. It's a pleasure to see you in the chair. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable and Learned Lady, the member for Edinburgh South West. I don't share her political analysis, but I do have some sympathy with some of the legal points that she raises, and perhaps I can just address those in the course of this debate with your leave, Sir Roger. And really it relates to Clause 18 and the amendment relating to that, and also Clause 26, which the Honourable and Learned Lady referred to. And can I start with that one? Because it relates, of course, to the interpretation of retained EU law. And it does raise, I think, an important issue, which, as the Honourable and Learned Lady said, it has raised concern by many lawyers, regardless of political view. And I speak as someone who supported this bill at its second reading and will support it upon report and upon third reading, and who stood on a manifesto to implement this bill. But the lawyer in me says it's particularly important that we get this detail right. And that's why I hope I can press the ministers for a little more detail and a little more explanation as to why they have chosen a particular course to achieve their objectives in relation to this matter. I can quite see that there will be circumstances when it will be necessary for courts to depart from EU law in due course once we have left the European Union. I don't have any problem with that at all. But my concern is that the formulation that the government have chosen in relation to Clause 26, to start with, does have the potential of upsetting the well-established hierarchy and system of binding precedent which has characterised English common law and, to a greater or lesser degree, to a considerable degree, that of the other jurisdictions within the United Kingdom as well. And the importance of that is this. We've always regarded it as a benchmark of English law that it gives certainty. And it gives certainty because, of course, lower courts cannot depart from the decisions of higher courts under the system of binding precedent. That has served us well for centuries. It's not something that we should lightly depart from. It's going to be important for the future too, because if we are, as I hope and am confident we will, to advance Britain's position as an international legal centre and also as an international financial and business centre, certainty of law is important to maintaining that position. And I'm just a little concerned, without more explanation, that the government might risk getting to a stage where inadvertently, I have no doubt, and perhaps for the sake of speed, they may in fact undermine that very valuable asset. And that would have perhaps two consequences that I'll touch upon. What we know, of course, for a start, is this. that the judgments that have been made by the European Court of Justice over the years have been embedded in domestic judgments of these courts, including judgments of the Supreme Court. Seems to me odd that one should give power for a lower court, on the face of it, to depart from a judgment which had been given by the Supreme Court interpreting the European law as it then was. That, on the face of it, without more explanation, would seem to me to upset the doctrine of binding precedent, and that has the risk of driving a rather significant coach and horses through a fundamental part of our system. That is not something that we should be undertaking lightly. Can the Minister explain to us what is the rationale behind this and precisely how this is to be set about? Why is it necessary to do that? People who seek to litigate or enter into contracts in the period in which we are coming up to withdrawing from the EU or immediately after, and many of these commercial contracts will run over that period, want to do so in the knowledge that they have certainty as to what the law is likely to be. And if the law is likely to be disapplied, it will be done so only by either an Act of Parliament of this House, which is fair enough, or by a judgment of the High Court or of the Supreme Court, working through the normal hierarchy of precedents. It would seem bizarre to allow, for example, an employment tribunal or even a High Court judge sitting at first instance to, on the face of it, have the power to disapply EU law in a way which might not be consistent with the ruling of the higher courts in previous cases. I'm sure that can't be the intention, but the wording as it stands at the moment, without more said, seems to be open up the risk that that could happen. So I hope the Minister can help us as to how that is to be avoided, because I'm sure that can't be what the government wants to do. The other point that is worth observing is this. There's a secondary unintended risk, I'm sure, and that's that as well as being embodied in judgments, previous ECJ decisions in EU law have been embedded in policy decisions, which have been made sometimes in this House by primary or secondary legislation, sometimes through the executive actions of ministers and other executive bodies and agencies. If one is inviting a lower court to depart from EU law in relation to those matters, and perhaps overturn some of those decisions, we do, as the Law Society fairly points out, run the risk, ironically, of dragging our courts into areas of potential political controversy. I can't believe that that's something that the government would be wishing actually to do. It will be a little ironic, too, if I may say, given some of the criticism, which I personally think perhaps unfairly, but nonetheless was laid in some circles towards some of the higher courts in the UK in recent months for judicial activism. It will be a little odd if we were apparently encouraging almost judicial activism by the lower courts. I can't possibly think that's really what the government wants to do. But again, without more explanation and perhaps some refinement of the wording of this clause, and I don't expect the Minister to do that now, but we have time to do that. Again, that's a risk that seems to be opened up on the current wording. I do hope the Minister can explain to us exactly again what is the thinking behind this and how we might we avoid that unintended, and I'm sure we'd all agree, undesirable consequence. After all, the European Union withdrawal agreement dealt with this subject by saying to Roger that only the Supreme Court could depart from EU case law. And that makes entire sense, actually, in accordance with acceptance of our binding hierarchy of courts and the precedent of judgments delivered by the courts. Can the Minister be more specific as precisely why it is that the government has chosen to depart from that principle in this case? It seems to me, if it is a matter of time, then that's something that we ought to look at in the urgency with which we address the negotiations and the bringing forward of resource to deal with these matters, including resource for the courts to deal with these matters properly. Not at all that I don't want to have the appropriate decisions made in relation to EU law, but I don't think we ought to be imperiling a much broader system for the sake of what might seem expediency in relation to a narrow point. So I do hope the Minister, knowing that, as I'm sure he does, that I approach this from a constructive point of view, will give us more detail on this and perhaps reflect as we go forward. Yes, happily, I'll give way to mine.
I'm alive to my right honourable friend's concerns, and indeed I would share them. But isn't the protection the fact that the clause 26, gives the Minister the power to make regulations? Those regulations, of course, will have to go through this House, so it is a statutory intervention, albeit it's not an act of Parliament, but nevertheless it will be by the will of this House that those intrusions would be made.
Yes, up to a point, Lord Copper, I think I'd say to my right honourable friend, because whilst it might be by the will of this House, I would urge the House itself to be cautious in going down such a route, which profoundly changes the approach to English common law over centuries. And secondly, it's the second point I'm going to make in a moment, Sir Roger, there is an issue about the way in which we scrutinise the regulations themselves that this House may be asked to make under this, which relates back to clause 18, which is the other topic I was just going to briefly return to. So it's getting those two bits right as far as that is concerned. Now, I am conscious that elsewhere in the legislation there is an obligation upon ministers to consult the senior judiciary in regard to some of those regulations. I come back to that. And that's an important safeguard, and I welcome that, but that must be a very full consideration. But I don't think, with every respect to my right honourable friend, what we have is as yet a complete answer, and in particular we need to have an explanation as why depart from the position as it was in the European withdrawal agreement. Because, as I think the honourable learned lady for Edinburgh South West alluded to, there is the concern that if there is deficiency in some regard, or if there is uncertainty in relation to the way in which we deal with these matters, you might then get the risk of an increase in judicial review. So I hope, as well as the commitment to consult with the judiciary, the Minister will confirm that there will be very wide and early consultation under the provisions of Clause 26, obviously with the senior judiciary throughout the UK, but I hope he'll also take on board the broader concerns of legal practitioners, experts, for example, like those who serve upon the Brexit Law Committee, which is fundamental to the workings of our financial services law, an organisation such as this, to find the right formula. And that's what I'm seeking to achieve by my intervention, by pressing him in this way, to make sure that we get this right. That then does bring me, Sir Roger, onto my second and final point, which relates to Clause 18, and that is the whole issue of the way in which we consider delegated legislation. And I note that the honourable member for Edinburgh South West hinted that her amendment in this regard is a probing amendment, and I'm glad of that, Amendment 49, because actually I have some sympathy with it, but I accept that the Minister might want to consider again, between the passage of this bill going to the other place and so on, as to how best to deal with this issue. Because it is right to say, it seems on the face of it surprising to substitute an objective test with a subjective one when we're dealing with matters of this importance. Yes, of course I do.
Is he conscious of the fact that in dealing with these issues of interpretation of European law, in the context, as he says, of our own previous judicial methods of interpretation, those of us who are familiar with Maxwell as compared to Craze knows what the difference are. But the question I want to ask him is, does he believe that we should be moving towards the stare decisis system, as it's put, in other words, based on precedent, rather than on purposive interpretation, which is the basis on which European law itself currently thinks? Because Dr. Richard Eakins and others are very conscious of this, and he's written a very interesting paper. I think he's Professor Eakins of Oxford University.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and it is indeed a very interesting paper. And having been brought up as a common lawyer myself, inevitably my preference is to move towards the stare decisis approach. And I think that is something that we will wish to move back towards as we reconstruct our statute book and our legal texts thereafter. I think he and I will be entirely in accord with that. It's really just a question of the route that we choose to get there and to make sure that we have proper scrutiny of that route. Because should there be any deficiencies in the regulations, then the likelihood is that that will result in a judicial review. And here's my other irony that I'd just like to allude to. I'm sure the government wouldn't be wanting to open up greater risk of judicial review of its actions than is absolutely necessary. It will be a funny government that made work for lawyers in relation to judicial review. It might be interesting for some of us, but it's not something I'm sure the government will wish to do. But without more explanation as to why we are going down this route, I think that's a risk that occurs. Might I suggest, therefore, to the Minister that he should seriously consider that, at the very least, regulations made under this system, first of all, consider again whether or not we move to a necessary as opposed to appropriate test, an objective test, which is much more likely to withstand challenge in the courts, because it's much more likely to be readily evidenced, and therefore I would have thought was to the government's advantage. Get your if you like, your ducks in a row early when you make the regulations and prove that you have evidence to back your objective test. You're much more likely to withstand legal challenge. Secondly, it does seem to me that you are much less likely to have challenges if, and will get better scrutiny, if we move, certainly for the majority, for anything that involves policy considerations, to using the affirmative rather than the negative procedure. That will be perhaps a fair balance within this House. We're not necessarily going to be able to do primary legislation for a lot of this because there's too much of it. But sensible use of saying there will be some things where it's just taking out references to a European Union or something of that kind. Of course, that can be done by the negative resolution procedure. But where there are policy considerations involved, it seems to me it will be consistent with the government's own objectives of bringing back control to this House, and again consistent with the movement towards our traditional approach to legal matters within the United Kingdom if we use the affirmative test as the norm. And I hope the Minister can say something about that when he responds to the debate too. Thank you very much for your kind words, Sir Roger, and I'm grateful for the chance to raise those issues.
Shadow Minister. Thank him, Debonair.
Thank you, Sir Roger, and it's a pleasure to see you in the chair. I look forward to serving under your guidance. It's also a pleasure to follow the right honourable and learned gentleman who has given the Treasury Bench much to think about the difference between subjective and objective tests, and I will bear that in mind as well in my remarks. Mr Chair, I rise to move the amendments of the official opposition in this group, namely Amendment 1 on full transparency on the implications of the Northern Ireland Protocol, Amendment 4, restoring the clauses in the previous version of this bill on negotiating arrangements for the protection of unaccompanied child refugees, and new Clause 1, restoring them to the process of parliamentary scrutiny to this bill, removed from previous version, over the process and the outcome of negotiating the future relationship with the EU after we leave. And I'm sure, Sir Roger, you will tell me if I am straying from what I'm supposed to do. First of all, on Northern Ireland. The opposition is proposing Amendment 1 because the government appears to be incapable of clarity over the implications of the Northern Ireland Protocol on the people of Northern Ireland and Great Britain and their jobs, their businesses and their way of life. And this is too important to leave to chance. The people of Northern Ireland, the people of the whole of the United Kingdom, need and deserve that transparency and that accountability that our amendment proposes. So, Roger, this part of the withdrawal agreement in the bill have to be considered in the light of the historical context. The Good Friday Belfast Agreement was an extraordinary moment in the history of these islands, an awe-inspiring achievement of the incoming Labour government of 1997 and of the latter period of the previous major government. Nobody of my age could have thought that we would see peace in Northern Ireland in our lifetimes. The change to our way of life, the benefits to the people of Northern Ireland, they were unimaginable before that agreement. And the Good Friday Belfast Agreement brought in a new era, an era of peace and reconciliation. The people of Northern Ireland, as well as the politicians of Northern Ireland, across political and other divides, they deserve our respect and our admiration for how they have built the peace. They have worked to build united communities, and they have created a way of life which a quarter of a century ago seemed to us impossible. And surely no politician of any affiliation would want to destabilise that achievement. I am sure that includes the Minister who is nodding. The government, I'm sure he needs no reminder, but I'm going to do it anyway. The government has a legal obligation to adhere to the terms of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. And that means no opt-outs, no wiggling, nothing other than solid, uncompromising adherence to and support for the spirit and the letter of the agreement, no matter how hard. Too many people have sacrificed too much for peace for the government to do otherwise. Now, these are no small matters, so it's troubling in the extreme that the government does not seem to know its own mind at times or the implications of its own protocol. The consequences of any return to a hard border or divisions between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the fears emerging from some people in Northern Ireland and the problems for businesses across the UK, these are all serious matters, and hence our amendment. Because businesses in Northern Ireland have spoken with one voice and are rightly concerned about the potential impact of any border checks on goods between the Northern Ireland and Great Britain. So too are businesses across other parts of Great Britain. Any businesses which currently send goods to Northern Ireland should not have to expect border checks within the UK. Businesses in Bristol West have already told me of their anxieties about checks between the UK and the rest of the EU 27, but these at least were anticipated after the 2016 referendum. They should not have had to expect border checks within the UK, between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And not only this, Mr Chairman, but the Prime Minister has at times appeared at odds with his own Secretary of State on what the practical implications and therefore also the trading and economic implications of this would be for the movement of goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom is enshrined in the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. We must honour this. The government should not be afraid to be open about how they are honouring it, which is why we ask them to consider supporting our Amendment 1. Because this is not just about, I will happily give way.
I don't think anybody on this side of the House would in any way demur from the need to uphold the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that has provided the bedrock of political stability. But would she acknowledge that the withdrawal agreement itself underlines the unfettered access point specifically in its terms, and equally that the protocol is intended to be replaced by the enduring agreement that we wish to strike with the European Union?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for the right honourable gentleman for his intervention, but of course it's far from clear that that's going to be the case. And what we're actually seeing, we've even seen that in the response from the Secretary of State, that actually there will be customs checks, there will have to be border checks because of the nature of the protocol. And what we're asking for, and I asked the Minister to respond to this after my later on in this debate, for clarity, if the right honourable gentleman is correct, all well and good, but that's not what we've been given the impression of.
The Prime Minister and the Brexit Secretary.
I will happily give way.
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady and for the points that she is making, which are most appropriate and balanced in the way she's bringing them forward. And the right honourable gentleman, former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, suggests, as has been suggested throughout this debate, that there is automatic supersession from the Northern Ireland Protocol. There is not. And Article 13.8 is very clear that the only way we succeed from the Northern Ireland Protocol, one, is if the European Union agrees, and two, that the confines of the Protocol are no longer required. Two things that are not in our gift. Therefore, there is no certainty, as the Honourable Lady was invited to believe, there is no certainty of automatic supersession.
Yes, I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention. Of course, he's quite right, and it is because of that uncertainty that there are rightly, understandably, fears amongst the people of Northern Ireland, many people in Northern Ireland, about the future. I will happily give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and she is, I agree, making excellent points. But we heard it again yesterday, that the government is very clear that its intention across Britain is to diverge from the European Union. And if that is the case, which we are being led to believe is the case, then it is inevitable that there are checks, that there is a border somewhere. And with respect to the right honourable gentleman, what he is saying to the protocol, there is absolutely no guarantee or no certainty. It is their wish to diverge that is causing this problem.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. Of course, she's absolutely right. I too sat through the debate yesterday, and that seemed to be what was being said. But also, the Brexit Secretary himself has said that there will have to be some sorts of checks. Of course, that's inevitable. If we are going to diverge from the rules that we currently have, and Northern Ireland is to remain within them, there will have to be checks. It's just simply an inevitability. So it's no wonder that the people of Northern Ireland are concerned about the potential impact on their place within this United Kingdom. Businesses in Bristol West have already told me of their anxieties, as I've said, but they had a right not to expect that there would be border checks within the UK. So Northern Ireland's place, as I said, is enshrined in this Good Friday Belfast Agreement, but this is not just about trade. And that's why I mentioned the agreement. This is about people. It is about values. It's about hopes and fears for the future. It's about the feeling of belonging. It's about the relationship of the people between and within communities. And there is that perception, as other honourable members have mentioned, there's a perception amongst some in Northern Ireland that a border will be created within the United Kingdom that nobody voted for down the Irish Sea. And a border in the Irish Sea does not bring people together, as the Good Friday Belfast Agreement did. It does not. It divides people. It pulls them apart. So our amendment seeks to give the government a way of renewing their commitment to that agreement, of showing that they still do believe in the union, the full union of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It would require them to report openly and transparently on the implications of the protocol on the movement of goods between Northern Ireland and Great Britain and vice versa, on the Northern Ireland economy, on the fiscal and regulatory compliance of goods travelling between Northern Ireland and Great Britain, and on barriers to trade for third country goods entering Northern Ireland and Great Britain, the rest of the EU and third countries. It would require the Secretary of State to publish a report, lay it before both Houses of Parliament, to each devolved legislature, and provide for debate and proper scrutiny in both Houses, and the first report should appear before the 31st of October. Now, I can see no problem with that. If, as the Right Honourable Gentleman says, that there is no problem, what is the problem with the transparency? It won't take the government very long to do that reporting. And I think our constituents and the people of Northern Ireland have a right to expect that transparency. If they don't support our amendment, I can only ask the government to respond. Do they really feel that they owe the people of Northern Ireland the commitment that they made earlier in this process to avoid a hard border sufficiently to be reporting on it or not? What is it about transparency and accountability to the people of the whole of the United Kingdom that they object to? I will happily give way.
Mr. Chairman, following on that point on the issue of transparency and reporting, I think it would be very important in respect of the joint committee that it is proposed to establish in relation to the Northern Ireland Protocol, that Northern Ireland is represented on that committee so that we have a direct input into the arrangements that are taken forward and how they are enacted and in terms of transparency and reporting.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for that intervention, and I quite agree. I think that sounds like an eminently sensible idea. Whilst I'm on my feet, I will make clear my support for the opposition for the cross-party amendment, new clause 55, and other clauses which I'll come on to. The Labour Party has consistently proposed a solution to the possibility of Brexit causing a border, either on the island of Ireland or in the Irish Sea, and our customs union proposal would prevent both. There'll be a chance to discuss this later on today. And the government will have the chance to consider that. In the meantime, I ask the government to consider our Amendment 1. Now, turning to child refugees, the government's clause 37 of this version of the withdrawal agreement bill is an astonishing breach of faith with some of the most vulnerable children in the world. And our Amendment 4, which we will push to a vote, seeks to restore that faith. I know that my right honourable and learned friend for Holborn and St Pancras and the noble Lord, our dear friend and colleague Lord Dubbs, have written jointly to all the MPs on the government benches today, urging them to support our amendment and thereby scrapping clause 37. I will happily give way.
The UK has already... thank you, Sir Roger. The UK has already reneged on their commitments for the 480 children refugees that, under the Dubbs scheme, that were due to come to the UK from France. And this withdrawal agreement is a further regression of the UK's obligations and moral duty to help vulnerable refugee children. So does she agree with me that with Amendment 4, it's a requirement to show that the UK is serious about its humanitarian obligations?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. This is about who we want to be as a country and how we want to be seen, who we are, and actually who I believe the British people already are. Because members will know, members opposite will know, there is no mandate for this change in their general election manifesto. It was not contained in any statement of support for the withdrawal agreement that I'm aware of, though they're welcome to contradict me. It is deeply wrong for the government to seek to remove this provision to protect vulnerable children just because they can. I am sure that many government party MPs are actually troubled by this, and I hope that some are having words with their whips right now. I know that their constituents will be shocked by this breach of trust between the people of this country who, no matter who they voted for in December, they believe that a protection of vulnerable children is part of who we are as a country. Brexit or no Brexit, that's who we are. I believe that the Minister is an honourable man, and perhaps he will seek to remedy this breach of faith and not put his MPs in an awkward position and not object to our amendment when we put it to the vote, and we shall see. Clause 37 removes the commitment to negotiating an agreement with the EU 27 on protecting child refugees. I hoped that the government, if they won't back our amendment to change that, will explain this. The Right Honourable and Learned Lady for Edinburgh South West has already outlined much of the case, and I support her support for our amendment, and also for laying out the legal detail, which I'm not as capable as she is to do, so I'm grateful to her. This commitment belongs within this withdrawal agreement bill. The government has said otherwise. We believe it belongs here. Because as well as keeping faith with the noble Lord Dubs and others inside and outside Parliament, that existing provisions for the protection of children would be the basis for negotiation agreement, there is the fact that the clock is ticking. We leave the EU at the end of this month. We then only have a few months more to agree the future relationship. The regulations which currently provide the legal basis for child refugee reunion to be reunited with adult relatives, they will end if we do not have any other negotiated agreement in that time. And Sir Roger, surely there can be no honourable or right honourable member in this place who does not respect and admire the work of our colleague and friend, the noble Lord Dubs. With warmth and determination, eternal optimism and good faith, he has campaigned and inspired others to campaign for us to do more, not less, for vulnerable child refugees, travelling alone, trying to get to safety. Who amongst us can fail to recognise his extraordinary example and his achievements? It would seem, I hope I'm wrong, but it would seem, unfortunately, that the government does. That's certainly the view of the Lord Dubs. It is my view presently. Because in clause 37, they have reneged on that commitment, but more importantly, they've reneged on a commitment to child refugees themselves, to secure arrangements at the earliest opportunity for how to protect children elsewhere in the EU who have an adult relative legally here, either with status or in the asylum process. Because family reunion is one of those things which should not need explaining. Apparently it does. Families belong together. Families who are traumatised by war, persecution and conflict are often forced to make decisions that none of us would ever want to have to make. Sometimes in their journeys to safety, they are separated. And we should be doing everything we can to help reunite them, wherever they are, because that's part of who we are as a country. The British Red Cross and other refugee organisations have recommended that the clause 37 be removed and that the provision be restored, and the government could do just that. They've said that there's no change of policy, that it's just not appropriate to be in this bill, and the minister's nodding. But why not in this bill? It was there in the October version. The provisions end this year. I've heard no whisper of any negotiations so far with the EU about this provision, though I'm happy to be corrected if the minister knows otherwise. In numerous reports, such as the House of Lords EU Committee on Refugee Protection and Asylum Policy and the House of Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, Finding a Diplomatic Route, Responses to Migration, these reports, these House reports have noted the importance of providing safe and legal routes to protection. And they point out that policies that exclusively focus on closing borders will drive migrants to take more dangerous routes and push them into the hands of criminal gangs. And they've warned that in the absence of robust and accessible legal routes for seeking asylum in the UK, those with a claim are left with little choice but to make dangerous journeys. And the government has rightly shown concerns about people setting out on those dangerous journeys. But making it harder to come by legal routes is what prompts those dangerous journeys. The government recognises the need, I've heard them do this, they've recognised the need to do more to prevent those desperate and vulnerable people to set out in leaky boats and other dangerous routes. But this recognition is hollow words if it's not followed through with the action needed to increase safe and legal routes, which the Minister will know I've pressed for on many occasions in different contexts and different debates. Refugee resettlement and refugee family reunion save lives and prevent those dangerous journeys. But clause 37 is worse than that. It's not just failing to increase our response, it's going backwards. It risks going backwards because we've got no commitment about what will happen, and it's totally unnecessary. So here are some things the government could choose to do and they could commit to right now. They could commit right now that family reunion rights will be protected, with priority afforded to those unaccompanied children. They could tell us that they will replace the family reunion elements of Dublin III by prioritising negotiation with the European Union and with key member states, so that there's an agreement that allows individuals who have claimed asylum to be reunited with their family. They could commit to allowing children to join extended family members in the UK who have the legal right to be here because they're in a process or they already have status. And we hope that government and their backbench MPs will recognise the rightness of this cause and the moral justification for it. We hope they understand that the people of the United Kingdom will want them to do this and that they will join us in paying tribute to the many community organisations, volunteers, counsellors and individuals who've shown our national values, who demonstrate them daily by protecting and offering to protect still more vulnerable people. We hope they will acknowledge that and accept our amendment. And now finally, Sir Roger, to parliamentary scrutiny. An extraordinary turn of affairs has taken place between the withdrawal agreements versions 1 and 2. The government has totally removed the process of parliamentary scrutiny over the negotiations for the future relationship with the EU, and our new Clause 1 seeks to restore this scrutiny. Do we want to leave the European Union just for government to be able to ride roughshod over the views of democratically elected members of this House of Commons on this side and also on that side? Do our constituents really want us to have less say, not more, over the relationship with our nearest neighbours? Did the people we represent really go to the polls on a dark, cold, rainy and windy day in December to elect us, on this side and that, so that we can simply hand over power to the executive on this, the single most important issue of our times? Is this really what Get Brexit Done means? I will happily give way.
Throughout the proceedings yesterday, the backbenches opposite were absolutely empty. For half of the time, there was only one member present. Actually, they're only surviving Eurosceptic. But for most of the time, there was nobody there at all. And we ended up finishing early. Such was their determination for scrutiny.
I think the honourable gentleman's very well aware that the Labour Party had leadership hustings last night and that the front bench was here and fully engaged. And I'm talking now about the future relationship. We know on these benches, reluctantly or not, there are many of us, and I'm one of them, for whom this is a sad moment, but we know it's going to happen, that on the 31st of January we will be leaving the EU. We accept that. I'm talking about scrutiny of the future relationship. Because the shamefully misleading impression given by the government that electing them in December would mean that Brexit would be done by the end of January and that we could then move on to other matters is a terrible way to treat the people of the United Kingdom, whoever they voted for. And I'm absolutely sure that the Prime Minister, his entire front bench, are fully aware that Brexit doesn't just get done when we leave, and we are going to leave, and the opposition has acknowledged that on the 31st of January. I am pretty certain that newly elected as well as returning members on the benches opposite know perfectly well that all this that will happen on the 31st of January is that we leave the European Union, but then that the agreement on the future relationship, the arrangements for sharing information about criminals or trading or cooperating over research or moving life-saving medicines between the UK and the rest of the EU, none of that will be done. That's all still to do. And the government has set wildly unrealistic expectation, not only that Brexit will just get done, but that the many aspects of the future relationship will be done by the end of June this year, in order for transition to be over by the end of December. Now, in doing so, they treat the economy, the jobs, the lives and the welfare of the people of the United Kingdom recklessly. They absolutely do. And the bill's Clause 33 means that implementation period comes to an end on December the 31st under all circumstances, as the Minister said yesterday. Even if we have not worked out how people who currently work across borders in the EU continue to do so, ministers are now prohibited by law, will be by the end of tomorrow, for asking for an extension period. If the agreements on how we share information about terrorists and criminals or other important aspects of data sharing, if they're only days away, we will still not be allowed to ask for an extension, even if it's just for days. Even if the arrangements for movement of medicines are not complete, no extension. Now, this is related to this amendment, because what we're asking for is for scrutiny of the process. Because if the government's going to insist on this extension period, the transition period, coming to an end, no matter what, surely we should have a right to scrutinise the process. I'll happily give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. Can I say she's making a very powerful speech, and she should perhaps ignore the jeers and concentrate on the forcefulness of the points she's making. But would she agree to me that the situation she's just described, whereby favourable agreements just a few days away from negotiation could be given up in favour of this shibboleth of a certain date is the absolute classic definition of cutting off your nose to spite your face.
I would agree with the Right Honourable and Learned Lady, but I also say again that that's why we need this amendment. This amendment is about scrutiny of the process, because if we are to accept this completely ridiculous idea of there must be no extension to the transition period, even if it's just for days, then at least we should have the right to scrutinise on behalf of the people we were sent here to represent that process. This is not about whether or not there's good or bad faith on the part of the EU member states. I'm sure they will, as I'm sure we will all hope for, they will negotiate in good faith, but there are practical implications about the sheer volume of work to be done to reach agreements on all of these vital aspects of our future relationship and secure the parliamentary approval of 27 other countries by the end of this year. So I am saddened but no longer shocked that this government rejected our sensible proposal yesterday, but I hope that they will consider our sensible proposal today on scrutiny, because it's not too much to ask that we, the elected representatives of the United Kingdom, of all parties, including the government party, have the right to hear from our ministers on the aims and objectives of the negotiations, of the progress made and of the outcome. It's not too much to ask that we be guaranteed that right, with the opportunity to debate and discuss, not wait for possible ministerial statement or forced to beg for information via an urgent question. Surely honourable members on the government side can see the wisdom in this. They too were elected to represent their constituents, not just be lobby fodder for their Prime Minister. And I ask them, if they have a business in their constituency on which jobs depend, and that ability to trade relies on the continuation of an agreement between the UK and the EU, don't they want to be able to ask their government about whether this is included in the negotiating objectives and find out how that's going? If they have a constituent whose life depends on the movement of a medical device from one EU country to the UK, don't they want to be able to find out if that's part of the negotiations and how that's going? Surely they will want to be able to represent their constituents. Honourable members may not realise that the Law Society has also recommended reinstating the scrutiny role. They may have forgotten that the Supreme Court judgment in the 2017 Gina Miller case made it clear the government cannot make or withdraw from a treaty that amounts to a major change to UK constitutional arrangements without parliamentary oversight. Or maybe this doesn't count? I therefore ask them, I ask all honourable members in the benches opposite to consider pushing their government, and I ask the Minister, who I say again I know to be an honourable man, to consider restoring the full process of parliamentary scrutiny. I ask them to commit today to doing that. They could choose to adopt the opposition amendment, or they could achieve it in some other way. I do not mind. I just believe that as elected representatives, we should be able to represent the people who sent us here on the most important change to our way of life, our jobs, our businesses and our security in our lifetimes.
Minister Robin Walker.
Sir Roger, before I address the clauses we're debating today, I just want to acknowledge the enormous hard work and professionalism of officials in the Department for Exiting the European Union, in which I had the privilege to serve for over 2 years, and in the territorial offices where I've been serving since, in bringing this legislation and the withdrawal agreement for position it is in today. I want to pay tribute to all those in the devolved administrations and the Northern Ireland Civil Service who have contributed to our work on EU exit and to ensuring the whole UK is able to leave the European Union in an orderly way. The bill before us may have been a long time in coming, but it is delivering on a mandate for the whole United Kingdom, and it has been a privilege to work with colleagues from every part of the United Kingdom in preparing and delivering it. Let me agree with what the Honourable Lady for Bristol West said about the importance of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. And it's absolutely right that this has been a central focus of the exit process from the start. We do not need Amendment 1 to state our firm commitment to both the Good Friday Agreement and the principle of consent, and indeed my party's absolute commitment to the United Kingdom. Now, Sir Roger, I do want to very briefly talk to the purpose of clauses 18 to 37 and schedules 3 and 5 before I go into the detail of the amendments. And I make no excuses as a Northern Ireland minister if most of my focus on those amendments is on the Northern Ireland clauses. I'm sorry not to have heard from more Northern Ireland colleagues so far. I will try and make time to ensure that I can. But these clauses, firstly, set out how EU law will be wound down at the end of the implementation period. Secondly, enable the UK to fulfil its international obligations under the financial settlement. Thirdly, and crucially, implement the regulatory, customs and other arrangements contained in the Northern Ireland Protocol protocol, protecting rights and arrangements contained in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and avoid a hard border. Fourthly, update the European Union Withdrawal Act 2018 so that it operates as intended in the light of the withdrawal agreement. Fifth, allow UK courts to interpret UK laws and not to be inadvertently bound by historic European court cases. Sixth, provide a mechanism for Parliament to consider EU legislation that raises a matter of vital national interest, increasing parliamentary scrutiny. Seventh, ensure that the government is properly accountable for its work in the Withdrawal Agreement Joint Committee and that Parliament should be informed on formal dispute proceedings that arise from the withdrawal agreement. Guarantee that we can ratify the withdrawal agreement on the 31st of January by ensuring that once this bill receives royal assent, there are no further parliamentary hurdles to ratification, and repeal unnecessary or spent enactments related to EU exit. Sir Roger, I now want to address the amendments made to these clauses. I'm happy to take interventions perhaps as I address amendments. Perhaps he might let me just move into that first. And let me agree with what the Honourable Gentleman from Lagan Valley said in an intervention about the importance of every part of the UK being heard. Many of these amendments I recognise the focus on securing Northern Ireland's interests in the next phase of the Brexit process, and we absolutely recognise the support they have received from across Northern Ireland business and political community. If and when the executive is restored, the UK government will be ready to consider commitments concerning their role in future discussions with the European Union and engage with them as we safeguard Northern Ireland's integral place in the UK. Now, the government cannot accept any of the amendments to the clauses implementing the protocol on Ireland and Northern Ireland for a number of reasons. Firstly, I want to address new clauses 14, 15, 39 and 40, all from the Honourable Gentleman for Lagan Valley, and 63 and new clause 13. At the outset, I would like to confirm the protocol does not affect the constitutional status of Northern Ireland, which remains part of our political and economic union. Northern Ireland... I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
For giving away. The government's impact assessment for the bill says, and I quote, goods moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland will be required to complete both import declarations and entry summary declarations. Is that statement correct?
Minister. Let me say to the Honourable Gentleman that it is clear that there are reporting requirements in terms of the functioning of the protocol, but what we want to ensure, as is very clearly set out in Article 6 of the protocol, that we use the joint committee within that to reduce those and make sure that we have the absolute minimum burden on that. And clearly the protocol itself gives the government the ability to provide unfettered access. I want to come in more detail to that as I go on. Northern Ireland remains in the UK customs territory and can benefit from future trade deals that we strike from the rest of the world. The Prime Minister has repeatedly made clear that this deal is a good deal for businesses and individuals in Northern Ireland, and therefore I will give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Would you agree that it would be enormously helpful if the stance of the government was to ensure that whatever regulatory regime is required is not only of the lightest touch, but is also as cost neutral as possible, and therefore there needs to be very detailed discussion with Treasury colleagues to see what mechanisms may exist for reclaiming either through the VAT process or offsetting against personal corporation tax in order to make this cost neutral, and with the understanding that we actually need to be able to do something.
My honourable friend raises a very interesting and important point, and as you'll appreciate, I can't necessarily make commitments on behalf of Treasury colleagues at this stage, but I have no doubt he will assiduously press the interests of Northern Ireland with the Treasury. I will give way to the honourable gentleman, but I will need to make some progress in order that he and his colleagues can speak.
And he's humble enough to recognise that he can't make commitments on behalf of Treasury, but he should go a step further and say that he can't make commitments on behalf of the European Union either. And that's the fundamental problem that we have with the withdrawal agreement and the implications it has for Northern Ireland. There is no point asserting sovereignty and indicating that the Northern Ireland is fully in compliance with the customs territory of the United Kingdom, only having asserted such to hand that power into a joint committee with the European Union.
honourable gentleman, as he always does, makes his point very powerfully. I would say I think that it is very clear from the protocol itself that the Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom, but we do actually want to make sure that we maintain unfettered access between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. There are powers in the protocol for the government to do that. And let me make a little progress. Sir Roger, the government is committed to ensuring that the Belfast Good Friday Agreement is upheld throughout our departure from the European Union. But the protocol is clear that it protects rights contained in that agreement, and the bill gives effect to the UK's commitments in that regard. We are confident that the new functions conferred on the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland are sufficient for them to carry out their roles in the dedicated mechanism. I know it will be of particular interest to some members on the opposition front bench who have raised this concern with us, but the bill confirms the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission's own motion standing under the Human Rights Act 1998, as well as providing for such standing under the protocol. I would direct members' attention to paragraph 5 of Schedule 3. The Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission for Northern Ireland will form the bedrock of the dedicated mechanism established under Article 2.1 of the protocol. All the powers necessary for these bodies to perform their necessary functions are provided in Schedule 3, and I would urge, therefore, the honourable gentleman to withdraw amendments 30, 32 and 34, which are unnecessary to allow for the dedicated mechanism. Would he?
I'm happy to withdraw in light of the comments made, but can I just ask the Minister to respond further in light of the issues being raised around the need for both the Human Rights Commission and the Equality Commission to have the notification that the Attorney-General currently has in relation to issues that come before courts or tribunals in relation to human rights or equality matters?
I hear the point he's raising. It's one that I'm happy to look into, but my understanding is that they have the powers they need to require the necessary information under this legislation. I'm grateful for his gracious withdrawal there. I do then want to touch on new clauses 11 and 12 from the Honourable Gentleman for Lagan Valley. And I do want to make clear our absolute commitment from the outset to the Northern Ireland Act 1998 and the Belfast Agreements which it implements is unfaltering. The consent mechanism contained in the protocol, which the government will legislate for before the first vote is required in 2024, would operate on the basis of a majority of democratically elected representatives in Northern Ireland being able to continue or end alignment with EU law. I am certain that this is the right mechanism. The right position in principle is not to hand a veto to any one party, not to Brussels, not to Dublin, and not to any one party or community in Northern Ireland. And that is what our consent mechanism does. I would therefore urge the right honourable gentleman to withdraw his amendment and back this arrangement. His colleague, I expect.
Does the Minister not realise the incompatibility of the two statements he has made? That on one hand he wants to adhere to the letter and the spirit of the Belfast Agreement, and on the other hand he is prepared to set aside one of the most fundamental parts of that agreement, i.e. that on controversial issues and issues which one community feels threatens their identity and threatens the kinds of things which they value, that there should be a mechanism whereby there is a less than a difference from a majority vote, a cross-majority vote. And yet he seems not to understand that the protocol and the terms of this bill set that very, very vital safeguard aside.
Order. Just before we proceed, and for clarification, the Minister made reference to withdrawing an amendment, as did the member for North Down. At this stage, there is no need to withdraw amendments because none of them have been moved. It is only the lead amendment that's been moved. Minister.
Apologies, sorry, I stand corrected. On the point the Honourable Gentleman made, I absolutely recognise that principle within the agreement on contentious domestic matters within Northern Ireland. What we are talking about here is a consent mechanism which is being given to the Assembly uniquely in the case of an international agreement, because we recognise the importance of this issue, and we recognise that, and we do also recognise the benefits of cross-community consent, and that is why the approach that we've taken is one that would mean that a vote recurs more often if a decision is taken without that cross-community consent. So, no, Sir Roger, it is the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Executive and the Irish Government to develop consultation, cooperation and action within the island of Ireland, including through implementation of an all-island and cross-border basis of matters of mutual interest within the competence of the administrations, north-south, and not the responsibility of the UK Government. And that is why Clause 24 of the bill bill ensures that the UK cannot agree to the making of a recommendation by the Joint Committee which would alter the arrangements for North-South cooperation. As the protocol ensures these aims and this bill gives effect to those commitments, I would urge honourable members to withdraw Amendment 36, as it isn't necessary to achieve the aims that it seeks. I take the honourable lady, and then I'm afraid I will have to limit interventions because I do want to try and get through.
I'm grateful to the Minister in reference to Clause 24 because I'm a favoured, seasoned bureaucrat, and I do like a bit of transparency around governance and process, and I am really struggling now to understand how the relationship works between proposals from the Good Friday Belfast Agreement bodies, particularly the North-South Ministerial Councils, proposals to the Specialised Committee, which has no enforcement power, which then has an ability to recommend to the Joint Committee, which apparently has a supervisory power. We're not sure if that can then take action or if indeed it just makes recommendations back to the North-South Ministerial Council. So we're in an ever-moving circle of recommendations, no action. And the real concern around Clause 24 is that it's in aspic in 2020. The ability to move on relationships seems to be lost, and the ability to do that with democratic accountability back to the people across Ireland and the United Kingdom is lost, and that is a serious governance point that the government needs to address.
I hear the honourable lady's point. I have great respect for the work that she does in this space, but I think she misunderstands, because what we're doing through Clause 24 is simply to mean that as a result of the protocol, as a result of the UK government's role in the Joint Committee, there will not be decisions taken to change North-South cooperation. It doesn't prohibit or restrict in any way a restored executive taking decisions on that within the confines of the North-South Ministerial Council. And so I think, in fairness, I did say I have to move on. I think that addresses the point. The government would also urge the honourable gentleman who laid Amendment 33 and the new Clause 61 to withdraw their amendments, as they risk creating legal uncertainty for businesses and individuals in Northern Ireland, which is unacceptable to this government. Our departure from the EU requires the government to assure that the statute book is able to function post-exit, which these amendments would risk preventing. Now, I do want to turn to the very important amendments 12, 19, 50 and 51 and new clauses 44, 52, 55, 60 as honourable and right honourable members can see from Article 6 of the Protocol, nothing in the withdrawal agreement prevents the government from ensuring access for Northern Ireland goods to the market in Great Britain. The Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that beyond our obligations under international law, there will be no new checks and processes on the movement of such goods. And our manifesto commitment on this is absolutely clear. The bill gives us the power to deliver this. We recognise the strong voice with which Northern Ireland's businesses have been speaking on the importance of unfettered access and on the importance of protecting Northern Ireland's position within the internal market as a whole, and the cross-party, cross-community support for this to be delivered. It can be delivered through Clause 21 of the bill and through the opportunity to follow up through the Joint Committee, as we've discussed earlier. And we will, of course, continue to engage with businesses and stakeholders on this matter moving forward. But I would, therefore, urge the honourable and right honourable gentleman to withdraw these amendments. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will take the honourable lady on one of her own amendments, perhaps, if that's all right. Yes, take my...
Most grateful, my honourable friend, and listen very carefully to his comments. Would he agree that there is very widespread concern, as expressed in the DUP's amendments across Northern Ireland and recently by business groups, about the proposal of the protocol, which is, he's trying to explain the detail, are still going to be complex and are still going to cause unhappiness and concern? And would he agree that much the best is the government commits itself in the course of this year to a comprehensive free trade agreement in which Northern Ireland comes out absolutely on a level pegging status on every issue with the rest of the United Kingdom, and therefore the whole of the problems, all these problems of detail of the protocol, disappear because Northern Ireland will be level pegging with the rest of the UK as part of a free trade agreement?
I recognise my honourable friend speaks with considerable experience and passion on these issues, and of course I agree with him. But we want a free trade agreement for the whole of the UK that addresses these issues and allows us the most frictionless access to our neighbours and good trade for all of us. And that for Northern Ireland, that result will be an excellent result. But I think we have to focus on the fact that this bill is about the withdrawal agreement. That includes the protocol. We need to take through that protocol in order to ratify the withdrawal agreement and move forward into that negotiation that he's actually seeking. Now, Sir Roger, the government is committed to maintaining the highest levels of transparency and scrutiny in relation to this bill and to the implementation of the withdrawal agreement. We've also been clear that we intend to do so moving forward, but the exact form of accountability needs to be appropriately framed, and therefore the government cannot accept new clauses 53 or 54 or 65. These amendments would place undue burden on the government and would not provide the levels of transparency and scrutiny they purport to achieve. It isn't any surprise that the opposition, through Amendment 1, should seek to place hurdles in the way of our exit, but the result of the general election across the United Kingdom shows that they lack the mandate to do so, and we now have a clear mandate to proceed. We should do so without the kind of hurdles that the last Parliament consistently threw in the way of progress. I'm happy to give way to my honourable friend.
I would just like to ask my honourable friend to reflect on one point, and that is that in the context of scrutiny, of course, the European Scrutiny Committee, both in the Commons and the Lords, under the bill, will have powers to examine certain matters. He knows about that. But there is also this question of interpretation, which comes up in this set of proposals. And I just reinforce the exchange I had with the honourable member for Chislehurst, that Clause 5 has not been addressed, which it reaffirms the supremacy of EU law before exit day, and we do need to keep an eye on the question of quashing and disapplication of Acts of Parliament as we proceed.
I absolutely take on board my right honourable friend's comments, and as we are discussing parliamentary scrutiny, I'm sure he will welcome those clauses of the bill which express a role for the scrutiny committee. I will come to the honourable lady's clause shortly, so perhaps I can give way to her on that. I'll come back to the issue that the honourable gentleman has raised as well, so my honourable friend. Sir Roger, as is standard in international agreements, the withdrawal agreement sets out procedures for dealing with disputes concerning compliance with the agreement, and Amendment 24 seeks to require parliamentary approval for the payment of any fines or penalties under the withdrawal agreement. The withdrawal agreement is a binding agreement which will place the UK under a legal obligation to make those payments. We have to be clear that we will honour our international legal obligations, and therefore we cannot accept any conditionality on payments. Now, I do want to turn to Amendments 38 and 46 from the Honourable and Learned Lady from Edinburgh South West. So it is essential that the powers in clauses 18 to 22 can be used to enable all appropriate measures required by the withdrawal agreement to be implemented by the end of 2020. Restricting the power in the manner proposed limits the government's ability to implement the withdrawal agreement in the most sensible way. And further, I might remind the Honourable Learned Lady that the use of appropriate in statute is not at all new. There are myriad examples elsewhere in the statute book of powers that use the term appropriate to describe the discretion available to ministers when legislating. We discussed the question of appropriate versus necessary many times, as I remember well, during the passage of the Withdrawal Act, and Parliament did accept the use of the word appropriate. And there is no persuasive reason why we should depart from that approach here. I will give way to the Honourable Lady once.
British Parliament's Legal Continuity Bill, which of course was struck down by the Supreme Court after the Conservative Party retrospectively changed the law in the House of Lords. The power which Scottish ministers afforded to themselves for delegated legislation used the word necessary rather than appropriate. So it's not the case that all parliaments in these islands, all governments in these islands afford to themselves a sort of sweeping powers that he's planning on affording to himself. And there are very legitimate concerns about this, shared not just by politicians but by members of the judiciary. What does he have to say in response to the points raised not just by me, but also by the Honourable and Learned Gentleman who was Chair of the Justice Committee in the previous Parliament?
I obviously pay heed to those points when they are raised, but I am told that I think the appropriate language actually allows us to take better steps to ensure that when these legal changes are complex and interacting with numerous pieces of existing legislation, that the appropriate step is taken and allows multiple options to be explored. So I think there are other elements to take into account here. Now, I'm going to come back to it. Well, I'll give my honourable friend one intervention.
2 points. First of all, perhaps he could set out what the better steps are. Secondly, will he address the issue of affirmative as opposed to negative resolution consideration, which might set some of my concerns at rest? And thirdly, before he sits down and finishes, will he tell us why we moved from the formulation of the Supreme Court in Clause 26 to lower courts? That's what I'd like him to do.
I'll absolutely come back to my honourable learned friend on the latter point. And with regard, there are a number of places on this bill where it is very clear that there will be active consideration by the Commons of the secondary legislation that comes forward. I think that is an important part of the parliamentary scrutiny process. Now, I did say I take the Honourable Lady's intervention, and I do want to turn to her Amendment 10, which we feel would inhibit our ability to implement Part 3 of the withdrawal agreement and the protocol, particularly in terms of the ability to legislate for the consent mechanism and providing unfettered access. But I would like to reassure, and this picks up on the point that I just took from my honourable friend, that any amendment to primary legislation through clauses 18 to 21 of this bill would have to be actively approved by votes of Parliament.
Thank the Minister for giving way, but this is changing Clause 8 from the original Withdrawal Act of 2018, which had the limitations that these sweeping and powers without a sunset clause could not be used on Human Rights Act, Wales Act, Scotland Act or Northern Ireland Act. What exactly are the changes that he would feel he would need to make to the Scotland Act to meet the aspects of the Northern Ireland Protocol? Because to me, why is this being changed? I think he should justify why those protections and limitations were there in the original Act and he feels bound to take them out. What is it he's planning to change about the other devolved settlements for Scotland and Wales?
I mean, the Honourable Lady is making a comparison between two separate pieces of legislation. What I would say to what I would say to her is that we have no dastardly plans to change the devolution settlement. What we want to ensure, however, is that in the limited period of time available, we are able to take necessary steps to implement the protocol, including providing unfettered access across all parts of the UK. And we will want to engage with the devolved administrations and the devolved legislatures about the most effective way of achieving that. Now, I won't, I'm afraid. Sir Roger, the government can't accept Amendment 49, as it would mean we could be inadvertently bound by European Union rulings for many years. Instead, Clause 26 ensures that we and our courts will be able to determine the extent to which courts are bound by historic CJEU decisions after the implementation period. This will be done in a sensible way, and I think I can provide some reassurance to my honourable learned friend. We are committed in the bill to consult with the senior judiciary across the UK before making regulations, and we do not intend this in any way to upset long-standing constitutional principles such as the structure and hierarchy of the court system. This clause simply enables us to take back control of our laws and disentangle ourselves from the EU's legal order, but in a way that will be consulted on carefully with the judiciary, recognising the structures and hierarchies that exist there. Now, new clauses 1, 6, 17 and 6A all seek to introduce various statutory roles for Parliament and the devolved administrations and legislatures in the future relationship negotiations. These are unnecessary requirements which risk impeding and delaying negotiations. New Clause 6 in particular imposes onerous requirements for consultation and impact assessments, but would make it very challenging indeed to conclude negotiations by the end of 2020. And I did recognise I would give way to the Honourable Lady.
For him for giving way, but does he recognise that what he refers to as onerous requirements are precisely actually what our colleagues enjoy in the European Parliament right now? Doesn't he find there's a rather ironic point here that when we're supposed to be taking back control, we assumed that meant to elected representatives, not just to number 10. When we're supposed to be taking back control, we actually have less control than our colleagues that we've left behind in Brussels.
I fundamentally disagree with the Honourable Lady. The purpose of this bill is about delivering on the withdrawal agreement and taking it forward. It is not to set out the future of negotiations. This is legislation which is focused on allowing us to move forward into those negotiations. And I think it would be profoundly, it would be a profound mistake to tie the hands of the government in achieving the best result for the whole of the United Kingdom. I will give way to the Honourable Lady as one of the people on the amendments.
For giving way. Given that we have a flatlining life expectancy, that we have an increasing infant and child mortality, and that this is the worst in Western Europe, and you know, it is quite staggering. Can the Minister explain why he's not prepared to actually introduce an assessment to look at the impacts on health of the trade deal? Because there will be significant impacts, and I really would like an adequate response, please.
The Honourable Lady talks about assessments of future deals. The place in which to do that is not in legislation which is focused on implementing the withdrawal agreement, and I'm afraid that is simply that it is not the case, as in the last Parliament, that the political arithmetic means that the opposition can tie the government up with all sorts of commitments and assessments. What we do need to make sure what we can do is to get the best deal for our economy, for our health, and for our country. And I think it's right that we move forward by accepting this withdrawal agreement, legislating through the withdrawal agreement bill, and focus on that next stage. Now, I will give way to the right honourable gentleman in one moment, if I may. I just want to make a tiny bit of progress, and the government... sorry? OK, well, I'll give way to him now.
Very grateful to the Minister for giving way. New Clause 1, as he will be well aware, bears a marked resemblance to Clause 31 in the previous version of the bill. And the question I want to put to him is this. Given that the Prime Minister said to the House on the 22nd of October, talking about Clause 31, now disappeared, the intention is to allow the House to participate actively and fully in the building of the future partnership, and it set out a whole process for doing that. Why was it a good idea to have it in the version of the bill in October, but now it has apparently become completely unnecessary and terribly onerous for the government?
I think the answer to the right honourable gentleman's question is perhaps in some of the exchanges we had during that debate, when I was reaching out to him and suggesting to him that he ought to support our orderly withdrawal from the European Union so we could get on to the next phase of negotiations. Since then, we've had a general election which provides a clear mandate for this government to take us forward, to deliver the withdrawal agreement, and to get into that next phase of negotiations. I think we need to focus on that. Now, we have... already engaged extensively with the devolved administrations in our preparation for these negotiations, and we will of course continue to involve all parties, including those in Northern Ireland, as we begin these negotiations. Indeed, Sir Roger, this speaks to the absolute necessity and the vital urgency of restoring a functioning executive in Northern Ireland as soon as possible. The government will support Parliament in scrutinising the negotiations. We've made a clear commitment to Parliament's scrutiny of the withdrawal agreement joint committee in this bill. To that end, Clause 30 provides that when disputes arise, these must be reported to Parliament. Further, Clause 34 states that only a minister will be able to act as the UK's co-chair of the withdrawal agreement joint committee, and Clause 35 ensures that all decisions must be made by a minister in person. That minister will be accountable to Parliament. We therefore believe that new Clause 47 should be withdrawn. The government fully recognises the important role that devolved administrations will play in ensuring our independent trade policy delivers for the whole of the UK, and Sir Roger, it's the responsibility of the UK government to negotiate on behalf of the United Kingdom, and it's vital that we retain appropriate flexibility to proceed with negotiations at pace. However, we have been clear that the devolved administrations will remain closely involved. Therefore, there is no need to make provisions in statute when the government is already working tirelessly to ensure that the views and perspectives of devolved administrations are given full consideration in the United Kingdom's trade policy. As such, I would urge honourable members to withdraw new Clause 64. I will give way to the Honourable Lady on the next point, as I believe it reflects her amendment.
And there is something deeply ironic about the fact that if we were to remain in the European Union, trade negotiations objectives would have to be agreed with individual nation states, and indeed in Belgium the devolved legislations would have an individual say for Wallonia, Flanders and the Brussels region. Does he not agree with me therefore in this situation, given the different economy of Wales, the manufacturing, the farming, the services to people nature of that economy, that Wales's devolved legislation alongside the devolved legislations of Scotland and Northern Ireland should have a say in the objectives of the trade agreement negotiations as a very minimum?
To the Honourable Lady, we've always taken very seriously the interests of Wales, of Scotland and Northern Ireland in this process. We've always engaged. I have personally been to the Welsh Assembly on a number of occasions to give evidence, and there is absolutely value. Now, the conduct of international relations is reserved to the UK government, so representation at the Joint Committee, the specialised committees and the Joint Consultative Working Group is a matter for UK ministers, but I recognise the particular interest of the Northern Ireland parties, given the role of these committees in the protocol. and this is a matter we would like to discuss further with the parties in a restored executive. However, it would be wrong to preempt such discussions in this legislation. As such, I'd urge the honourable member to withdraw new clauses 22, 26 and 42. New clause 66 would require the government to report to the devolved administration. I'm afraid I won't at the moment, but I'll come back to the honourable gentleman if I can. To report to the devolved administrations on maintaining alignment with EU law. The devolution settlements already lay out the terms under which devolved administrations can make law, while the common frameworks provide a forum for intergovernmental deliberation on the use of these powers. This new clause is therefore unnecessary. I would like to now come. I will give way to my right honourable friend once.
Very grateful to the Minister. And will he make sure in the discussions with the devolved governments the interests of England are also central to his considerations? Because we don't have a devolved administration, but we have a very strong wish to see Brexit through, because we think there are a lot of gains from Brexit.
My right honourable friend is, of course, right that people across the whole of the United Kingdom, including in England, voted for Brexit, but we shouldn't forget the large numbers of people in Scotland, almost 1 million people in Northern Ireland and in Wales who also voted for Brexit. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman once, and it's the last intervention I can take, I'm afraid.
I'm most grateful indeed to the Minister for giving way. Earlier on he said about respecting the devolved administrations and listening to what it was they were saying. So can he tell me, from the 2016 document, Scotland's Place in Europe, what the United Kingdom government has actually done on that?
It's a question I've answered many times, and I'm very happy to talk about many of the aspects of the political declaration that reflect some of the concerns raised in Scotland's place in Europe. But it's not a question for this debate. Now, on the important question of child refugees, which the Honourable Lady spoke about at length and with commendable passion, this government is fully committed both to the principle of family reunion and to supporting the most vulnerable children. Our policy has not changed, and although she said that she had heard no whisper of negotiations, I can confirm that the Home Secretary wrote to the Commission on the 22nd of October to start negotiations with the European Union on future arrangements. We will also continue to reunite children with their families under the Dublin regulation during the implementation period. And as my honourable friend for East Worthing and Shoreham made clear, very strong support on these benches for the principle of family reunion. Give way to my honourable friend.
Help him out here. Is he aware that in 2017 the UK signed up to the Council of Europe's action plan on protecting refugees and migrant children that, amongst other things, enhances the integration of children into host societies, and that commitment remains regardless of what happens to these amendments?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very important point, and of course this is something on which we have to take action across a number of places, but the right place to do that is not in this legislation, and we do not need further reporting requirements such as required by Amendment 4, unilateral measures such as Amendment 26 sets out, or legally binding negotiating objectives. My right honourable friend, finally, I want to come to the amendment my right honourable friend for Halton, Price and Howden, who has proposed new clause 21, which shows his admirable ambition for the UK's independent trade policy enabled by leaving the European Union. And we absolutely share those ambitions. I can assure my right honourable friend, who is a privilege to work with, that the government will be working in the national interest to kick-start the UK's international trade policy in both bilateral and multilateral fora. And I know that he has discussed this with the Secretary of State for exiting the European Union. However, he will know, perhaps better than almost anyone else in this chamber, how important it is that the government do not have their hands tied in negotiations. So I would ask him to withdraw his amendment on that.
I thank him for that undertaking, but will he give me one other undertaking, which is that the United Kingdom will take its place in the World Trade Organization immediately we leave the European Union, which will be, after all, 1st of February.
Minister. I hasten to give that from the dispatch box because I'm not a trade minister, but I'm pretty sure if he asked the trade minister that question, the answer he would get is yes. So Roger, the government has been given a mandate following the UK general election to get Brexit done. This is what this bill aims to achieve. The withdrawal agreement and the protocol deliver a good deal for the United Kingdom and leave the door open to improving their operation in the joint committee to minimise disruption to businesses and individuals right across the United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland. I urge honourable and right honourable members to withdraw their amendments to progress this bill so that we can get on with delivering on our commitments to the whole country. This will kick-start a bright new future for the people of all four nations of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Sir Roger. First of all, it's a great pity that the time is restricted in this because there are so many amendments and so many people who want to take part in it. But the amendments which we have put forward today are designed to be positive. They're designed to ensure that the promises which the government has made are honoured, and also that the manifesto commitment which the government has made in relation to Northern Ireland, in which it states it will guarantee the full economic benefits of Brexit. Northern Ireland will enjoy the full economic benefits of Brexit, including new free trade agreements with the rest of the world. We will ensure that Northern Ireland businesses and producers enjoy unfettered access to the rest of the UK, and that in implementation of our Brexit deal we maintain and strengthen the integrity and smooth operation of the internal market. All of the amendments which we intend to, which we have put forward, intend to ensure that that promise is delivered on. I'm sure the Minister will understand that, given the experience of the withdrawal agreement, we wish to see some of these things secured on the face of the bill, rather than the promises which have been made here. I'll give way, yes.
I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman for giving way. I see a lot of the UP's amendments are about trying to secure the future of access to the UK market from Northern Ireland farmers. Massively important to farmers in Cumbria as well, vice versa across the Irish Sea. Is he aware that the government today has announced at the Oxford Farming Conference that they are refusing to delay the phase-out of the basic payment scheme, which makes up 85% of the income of English livestock farmers, and that by doing so that would massively undermine Britain's farming economy, the ability for us to provide food security and to protect our historic landscape?
And I think that it's all of these kinds of things which ensure that people want to see the bill nailing down some of these issues rather than just the promises that are made. Our amendments fall, I suppose, into three categories, and I want to deal mostly with the access to the UK market and the unfettered access. Also, the second group of amendments refer to the Joint Committee and the special committees and ensuring that there is proper representation, because it will be very powerful, the committee, and it will also be able to make decisions which will have a dramatic impact on Northern Ireland. And thirdly, of course, the consultation with the Northern Ireland Assembly and ensuring that the consultation is done in accordance with the Belfast Agreement. Now, the Minister has argued that the bill, as it stands, guarantees the unfettered access to the UK market. The protocol doesn't stop it, the bill facilitates it, and yet when one reads through clause 21 of the bill, it is quite clear that none of those issues have been hammered down. But ministers may make regulations, and they may make regulations to facilitate the access to the market within GB. Now, if disagreements arise in the Joint Committee, if the terms of the protocol require that there are to be checks between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, there is no guarantee that ministers, they may well make the compromise and decide we are not going to make regulations. We have to balance these arguments up. We may make regulations, but in balance of arguments, according to the bill, it is not necessary for us to do so. And even the access to the market, it simply states that there will be facilitating the access to the market. That access to the market may require that businesses in Northern Ireland have to undertake huge numbers of checks, costly administration, etc. The term unfettered access is not there, and even in the promises that the Minister has made, no one yet knows what unfettered access means. Our amendments were designed to ensure, one, that the bill stated ministers must bring forward regulations, two, that those regulations must ensure that there is unfettered access to the GB market, which is the biggest market for Northern Ireland economy, and thirdly, that unfettered access is defined in the bill. And I'll give way, yes.
I'm very grateful to my friend, and he's making a very powerful point about unfettered access from Northern Ireland to Great Britain. But of course, a marketplace is somewhere where you buy and sell. And whilst he's considering west to east transit, east to west, Great Britain to Northern Ireland is going to be a much greater concern, because that's where the EU is going to have the greatest interest.
And that's why, on the face of the bill, there must be guarantees that the ministers will ensure that regulations are designed in a way which do not stop that trade, whether it's east-west or west-east. Now, the bill singularly fails to do that at the moment, and the amendments are designed to ensure that that happens, not just for manufacturing, but of course for fishing as well.
Will the member give way?
Yep.
Thank you for giving way. And just on that, we put the Democratic Unionist Party put forward new clause 39 in relation to fishing, and very clearly what government has not done on this one here. If one of my boats leaves Portavogie, goes out and catches the fish in the Irish Sea and comes back into Portavogie, they're due tariffs, they're due administrative and bureaucracy costs. But if they went and did and landed their catch in Scotland or England, they don't have any charges whatsoever. Government promised a new golden dawn for the fishing sector when we left the EU. Quite clearly, boats in Northern Ireland, from Portavogie, from Ardglass, from Kilkeel, will not get that advantage. Is it not time that the government, in particular, considered the future of the fishing sector in particular, and make sure that they have the golden dawn that the rest of the United Kingdom seem to have?
Okay. And I think that the member has illustrated once again some of the unforeseen consequences, or potential unforeseen consequences. These amendments do have the support of all of the political parties in Northern Ireland, such as a degree of concern. I'll give wait a moment or two. Such as the degree of concern about the impact on the Northern Ireland economy. And the motion from the opposition, I think, is a motion which we could support today, but it doesn't go as far as we would like, because we already know from the government's own assessment that there will be impacts on the Northern Ireland economy. And while the motion looks at a kind of a picture at a particular period in time, new clause 55 asks for a moving picture. What happens over a period of time? What are the assessments on a year-to-year basis, done on an independent basis, of the impact of the Northern Ireland Protocol on the Northern Ireland economy? And that's equally important as to making the at the moment assessment which the Labour Party's amendment proposes.
Will the member give way?
Well, yes.
I thank the member for giving way, because I do regret that in the 2 hours allocated to speak about Northern Ireland protocols, the member is the only representative of Northern Ireland who's going to be allowed in to speak on the substantive amendments that we've made on North-South cooperation, on environmental impact, and on democratic oversight. And members, this will contribute to the very real feeling that Brexit and this form of Brexit is being enforced on Northern Ireland, who have never given their consent. And I asked, would the member agree with me, and people will appreciate that we are coming from very different perspectives, but all of the Northern Irish parties and all of the business community have worked together on our common interests, because they are so vital to protect businesses and consumers who cannot absorb the costs of this Brexit. So would the member agree with me that if the government mean anything they say about protecting Northern Ireland and about the assurances they've given about unfettered access and about non-tariff barriers, that they should, at a minimum, accept new clause 55?
Yes. I mean, new clause 55 is a very reasonable clause. It asks, one, for an assessment, on a 12-monthly assessment of the impact of the protocol on Northern Ireland. Secondly, it asks that if there is a divergence in trade policy and there is an impact, that the costs of that impact should not be experienced by the private sector in Northern Ireland. The administrative costs should not be borne by them. And thirdly, that it's done independently, so that there is an assurance that this is not something where the true costs have been glossed over. And I think it's a very reasonable amendment. It's one which adds to the opposition amendment, and I hope that the government will accept, since it wants to give an assurance that it does not want to have a detrimental impact in Northern Ireland. Well, I would say to the Minister, the only way in which there's going to be knowledge of whether or not the protocol and the terms of the protocol are having an impact in Northern Ireland is to have a regular assessment of those protocols, to have an assessment of what regulations are enforced as a result of those protocols and what the costs are. So, I mean, the first set of amendments require the government to, first of all, on the face of the bill, ensure that there is unfettered access, that is defined, and that ministers are obliged to ensure that that unfettered access occurs, and also for devolved administrations to do the same. The second set is about the representation on the committee, the joint committee. It is going to be a powerful committee, and therefore it's important that there's Northern Ireland representation on it. And the third one, that the Northern Ireland Assembly is committed, and I've already said to the Minister in an intervention.
Under the order of the House of the 20th of December, I must now put the questions necessary to bring proceedings on this group to a conclusion. The question is that Amendment 38 be made. As many of that opinion say aye, contrary no. 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 The noes have it. The question is that clauses 18, 19 and 20 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Dr. Philippa Whitford to move Amendment 10 to clause 21 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Amendment 10 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. No. Division, clear the lobby. Question is that Amendment 10 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Owen Thompson and Marion Fellows. Tellers for the noes, Marion Caulfield and Marcus Jones. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 262. The noes to the left, 340.
The ayes to the right were 262. The noes to the left were 340. So the noes have it. Unlock. The question is that clauses 21 to 20... Order! The question is that clauses 21 to 23 stand part of the bill, that Schedule 3 be the third schedule to the bill, and that clauses 24 to 36 stand part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Opposition front bench to move Amendment 4 to Clause 37 formally.
Move formally.
The question is that Amendment 4 be made. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby.
Is that Amendment 4 be made? May that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the aye, Jeff Smith and Liz Twist. Tellers for the no, Maria Caulfield, Marcus Jones. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 252. The noes to the left, 348.
Thank you. So the ayes to the right, 252. The noes to the left, 348. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to clause 37, standing part of the bill. The question is that clause 37 stand part of the bill. So may that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to clause 6. Caroline Lucas to move new clause 6 formally. Thank you. The question is that new clause 6 be read a second time. It's made that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Six be read a second time. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary no. So the tellers for the ayes are Alistair Carmichael and Jamie Stone. Tellers for the noes, Stuart Andrew, Ian Stewart. Order! Order! Members, please take their seats.
The ayes to the right were 251. The noes to the left were 347.
So the ayes to the right, 251. The noes to the left, 347. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. So the question is that new clause 6 be read a second time. May that opinion say aye. Oh, we just did that.
Come on to move new clause 55.
We now come to new, as I was about to say, we now come to new clause 55. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson to move formally. So the question is that new clause 55 be approved. Has made that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 55 be read a second time. May that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Bruce Thompson and Paul Govan. Brian Thompson, beg your pardon. Tellers for the no, Stuart Andrew and Ian Stewart. Up to doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 262. The noes to the left, 337.
Losing your grip.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 262. The noes to the left, 337. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Colleagues, now we move on to the next group of amendments. We come to Amendment 11 to Clause 38, with which it will be convenient to consider the clauses, schedules, amendments and new clauses listed on the selection paper. And I call Thangham Debonair to move. Thangham.
Thank you, Mr. Streeter, and it's a pleasure to serve under your chairmanship. I rise to speak about not parliamentary sovereignty, but parliamentary sovereignty. I'd mixed up parliamentary sovereignty. That was scrutiny was the last one, wasn't it? I rise to speak about parliamentary sovereignty and to move Amendment 11 because Clause 38 of this bill is a puzzle. And we have tabled our Amendment 11 in order to tease out more of this puzzle and to try and work out what it's for and to expose some of what we on this side believe has been quite puzzling leadership on the part of those who've been peddling this idea that our laws, our money and our borders, we're going to take back control of them, and that they've somehow not been under our control for the last 40 years. And I'm going to stop using that phrase in a moment, but I'm going to analyse it first in order to make my point about our amendment. Because we have been repeatedly told that the EU referendum was about taking back control and about restoring parliamentary sovereignty. And I'm seeing nods from certain esteemed members of the benches opposite telling me that that's what it was about. It was not about that. I find that most puzzling because have we ever actually lost parliamentary sovereignty? And the answer is, of course, no. And saying that this is about, Brexit is about taking back control of our laws, our money and our borders is to me quite extraordinary because laws. Let's just start with laws. Sir Gary. I mean, what part of passing laws over the last 40 years has passed me by? Was it a dream? What was it about all those laws that we've passed that we imagined? Was I dreaming in the last only 4 years since I took my seat? And we passed law after law. We put bills through process of scrutiny, debate, amendment. I will happily give way.
Do you understand the message of the referendum and the election? There are directly acting regulations in very large numbers we can do nothing about, and we've had a lot of legislation going through this House directed by EU directives which the UK wasn't happy with.
And I also understand the difference between a law and a directive, and I also understand the fact that we were perfectly capable of making our own laws over the course of the last 40 years. I'll just take one example, one that I'm very fond of. I mean, the honourable member's shaking his head, but I think he knows perfectly well we have passed laws. For instance, let's take one that was passed on the very last day of the last Parliament. My dear friend Stephen Pound, the former MP for Ealing North, standing right here in his last speech at the dispatch box as Shadow Northern Ireland Minister. He was closing for the opposition on the final stages of the Historical Abuse Northern Ireland Bill to provide compensation at last for victims of historical child abuse. And he marked that occasion with tributes to victims, some of whom were in the gallery, and respect for cross-party collaboration and a heartfelt plea for the law to be implemented fully and speedily and never to be needed again. And anyone in the House that day, and I was here, cannot fail to have been moved by the speech, but also by the impact of the law, the value of which to lives of people who have suffered will continue for many years, and many of us will always remember that debate. Go ahead, I give way.
Nobody's disputing that we can pass laws whilst a member of the EU as long as the EU allows us to. It's quite simple.
I'm going to continue then with my example. This is incredibly puzzling. I don't recall any stage in the passage of this particular bill or any other bill that I've been part of. And as a whip, I've sat on many a bill committee in the last 4 years. The Historical Abuse (brackets Northern Ireland close brackets) bill, at no point did anybody have to ring up the EU and ask for permission. I will happily allow. Go ahead.
Does she not understand how nonsensical her argument is? Of course, there are laws that remain within the remit of this House and this Parliament. But there are equally very many areas of government and political activity in this country which are in the gift of the European Union. Right. There are also European Union regulations which are directly applicable within the United Kingdom, over which this Parliament has no control. Does she not understand that?
Which would have been discussed either in European Parliament or at Council of Ministers, and those people are also elected and have been for decades. Decades, since 1979, members of the European Parliament have been elected. I know that, as I'm sure the honourable members do opposite, because I've campaigned in elections for those members. Go ahead. Yes, I give way.
You just referred to the Council of Ministers. Would she deny for a minute, as is well understood by everybody else, that in the Council of Ministers, decisions are taken by a majority of those of other countries. They are also done behind closed doors, without a transcript, and they are therefore not democratically made. How can she talk about being elected when actually the decisions are taken in that manner?
Last time I looked, most, although admittedly not all, of the government's ministers were democratically elected. Yeah. They were democratically elected. The rules of that council we have participated in, and over the years, I'm going to skip ahead a bit and come back again, because I wish to remind honourable gentlemen opposite that it was, for instance, a Tory government that took us into the single market with all of its rules. They rightly, in my view, recognised the benefits of those shared rules for a single market. They recognised that they were worth it and that they didn't compromise our sovereignty. Go ahead.
Is she in denial, or has she been living in a bubble? We had a referendum, and we've just had a general election that reinforces the referendum result. Whatever she may say from that dispatch box, that ship has sailed, as one of her colleagues said.
Yeah. Understand that we are leaving on the 31st of January. I understand the result of the last general election. I am addressing this clause in this bill and our amendment to it, which is entirely proper, entirely in keeping with the rules of Parliament and the standing orders, and actually is what sovereignty is supposed to be about. Is not parliamentary sovereignty supposed to be about elected honourable and right honourable members holding the executive to account? Is it not supposed to be about that? Happily give way.
Point. I mean, I think a lot of these folk on the other side of the House are going to be terribly disappointed when this all comes to an end, because their hobby horse of the past 40 years is going to have disappeared. But isn't it the fact that the real loss of sovereignty, the real power grab, is the amount of money, the amount of power that's being handed to mandarins in Whitehall and the cabinet ministers here to pass executive decisions without scrutiny in this House of Commons?
Indeed, I do find it most puzzling that those members opposite who've argued for a so-called return to parliamentary sovereignty in this country are quite happy to nod through a bill which wipes away parliamentary scrutiny of the process of negotiating the future relationship. It's quite extraordinary. I will remind honourable gentlemen opposite that it was under a Tory-led coalition government that the European Union Act 2011, Section 18, clarified that limits on sovereignty are at Parliament's own behest and can, if explicitly provided, be revoked. I mean, the honourable gentlemen opposite were presumably here at that time. I was not, but I have read the text and I know what it says. In the government's own white paper in 2017, they said that Parliament has remained sovereign throughout our membership of the EU, and I watch with interest to see if a government minister is going to go back on what the government said in its own white paper. I will happily allow.
Does she not understand? It's always been in the gift of Parliament to repeal the Act, taking us into the European Union and take us out of all European laws in their entirety. It has never been in the gift of Parliament, as long as we are subject to the rules of membership, to simply reject an individual agreed EU measure. That is the difference.
Extraordinary, because again the honourable gentleman seems to have forgotten that there was a referendum in which the British people chose to be in the European Union. Yes, they did. And they also voted for their members of their European Parliament over the course of 4 decades. And I have also acknowledged that the European Union referendum of 2016 result is going to happen on the 31st of January. We are arguing here about a clause which is on the face of this bill. It is entirely proper for the opposition to propose an amendment to try to probe what on earth is meant by this clause. And so, did I imagine that that bill, the Northern Ireland Historical Abuse Bill, did I imagine that it took place? I was not dreaming. I checked in Hansard this morning. It appears that I was not dreaming. I was actually there. I didn't dream the passage of the world's first Climate Change Act in 2008. Nobody had to ring up Brussels and say, can we pass this law? Nobody had to ring up Brussels and ask if we could equalise marriage. We have been passing our own laws all this time. We have never needed to ask permission. It is not true that we had no say in EU rules. We have had democratically elected representation in the EU Parliament since 1979, and I will give way.
Well, 2 points that she's made, which I think are subsequently incorrect. First of all, the British people voted to join something in which we had a full veto over anything we didn't agree to be imposed on the UK. Secondly, judicial activism and the creep of the European Court of Justice. Perhaps you'd like to comment on the way that power was grabbed under 2 court cases, Van Gendenloos and Costa and Eddels.
One of the things that interests me about this argument, which the honourable gentleman makes, is what are we going to do when we're in a trade dispute under a trade agreement with a supranational court of dispute trying to resolve a dispute? They will not be elected representatives. The court of dispute at the WTO, they are not elected representatives, and members opposite seem quite happy to hand over control to the WTO court of dispute resolution and pretend that that is somehow more democratic than this. I think calling me silly is not worthy of the right honourable gentleman. So we have been sovereign all this time on our money. Again, we have always had our sovereignty. We set our own budgets. We are represented in the budget setting at EU level by our democratically elected representatives. And as I've mentioned already, we've even had opt-outs from some of those financial agreements negotiated by Tory governments. We've negotiated opt-outs, variations, rebates and all sorts of specific conditions for the UK. On borders, because the phrase is money, our laws and our borders, I can't remember which way round it is, but borders. We have chosen, rightly or wrongly, we can decide for ourselves whether or not it was right or wrong, how we interpreted the requirements on the free movement of people. That one aspect of the 4 freedoms of the single market, which, as I may remind honourable members, a Tory government took us into. Other EU nations have interpreted that freedom differently. We chose, as a sovereign nation, not to participate in the Schengen area, for instance. We decide how we police our borders, or whether or not there actually are enough border police at our borders. We have also chosen to benefit from freedom of movement, which I acknowledge is going to end on the 31st of January, and it is a freedom which I wish we had valued more and whose passing I truly mourn, but it never undermined our sovereignty. Now, this is indeed implied even in the wording of the clause, because of the bits underneath it where it says this is notwithstanding the fact that we have all these various provisions. And we, of course, agree and will be agreeing after debate and scrutiny and amendment to many other rules beyond our national borders. International treaties, trade agreements, security cooperation arrangements, they all carry commitments to shared rules. They all carry commitment to abiding by the rules of supranational bodies of dispute resolution, most of whom are not elected. But Parliament's sovereignty will remain intact. So what then, and I ask the Minister respectfully if he will explain this to us at some point, what is the legal and practical purpose of Clause 38? Can the government explain this? Even the phrase, it is recognised, has the feel of a political rather than a legal statement. So, the purpose of the opposition in making our Amendment 11 is to try to find out from the government what is it that their intention is. Because we feel that the statement that we are now sovereign and adding to it, and has been so during the period since the passage of the European Communities Act 1972, is entirely consistent with what the government itself said in its white paper only a few months ago. Because we have been sovereign all that time. And I'm sure members know this. Our sovereignty was never in doubt. It was not diminished. And I could spend a long time asking what this has all been about, this non-argument about sovereignty. But I'm pretty sure that I know, in my opinion, that a lot of it, perhaps most of it, has been a false argument to distract attention from the desire to deregulate this country, to turn us into a bargain basement nation with no attention to our workers' rights, our environmental protections, our health and safety, or any of the other regulations in which we have taken a participatory role in Europe and which we have implemented and which have helped us help the people that we represent. So I would like the government to explain what is the point of clause 38.
Thank you very much. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. Mr James Duddridge.
Thank you, Sir Gary. I'd like to speak to clauses 38 to 42, Schedule 5, and of course Amendment 11 in the name of Her Majesty's Official Opposition 935, as well as new clause 38. So right from the outset, Parliament is sovereign. It was sovereign. It will be sovereign. And this clause recognises that fundamental principle in our constitutional arrangement, and it is of great significance and importance to many honourable members. But membership of the European Union has felt like we've ceded control. We cannot pull back sovereignty on a piece-by-piece basis, and a number of examples were mentioned by colleagues behind. Anybody who sat in a statutory instrument and has been told by the Minister, well, we can't change this because this has gone through the European processes. We've got to rubber stamp this. The presumption is we are full members, and that is made worse by qualified majority voting in the previous period when we had an ability to come back on each individual matter. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
To give a very simple example of what my honourable friend has just mentioned, the ports regulation was opposed by every single trade union. It was opposed by the government. It was opposed by every one of the 47 port employers. It was a European regulation, and it went through this House simply because it was passed by a majority vote in the Council of Ministers, and it was imposed upon us by the abdication of our sovereignty in relation to Section 2 of the European Community Act 1972.
Well, gentleman's right, and we couldn't do anything about that particular bill or indeed any other specific issue without actually coming out of the whole European Union and taking back control and actually asserting our sovereignty. What clause 38 does is reaffirms that sovereignty going forward, and also crucially during the implementation period. I'm going to make some progress on clauses and then come back specifically to the amendment. I'm happy to give way later or now if the honourable gentleman prefers.
On sovereignty just for a moment, I mean, wouldn't you accept that our sovereignty is in fact diminished because we've got a veto on many of the votes? Some of them are majority voting, as the chair of the committee said, but we're one of 27 nations, and we're going to move to a situation possibly under the WTO where we're one of 164 countries where we can't change the rules. That will sort of jack up the cost of drugs, to stop people nationalising things if they want to, and basically constrain our sovereignty much more. So the idea that we've more or less sovereignty is quite wrong, and therefore this clause is quite misleading.
I disagree with virtually every point the honourable gentleman makes. We will be taking back control. We will hold that sovereignty, and we will take our seat as an independent nation-state on WTO rules and engage in international forums rather than just EU forums, looking global rather than just European. Turning to clause 39, Sir Gary, this is in relation to interpretation. This type of clause is standard practice in primary legislation and contains key definitions in the bill. Subsection 1 lists items used in the bill with accompanying definitions such as the relevant agreements with the EU, the EEA, EFTA and Switzerland. Given the possibility of a change in EU summertime arrangements, Clause 39 makes provisions for consequential changes in the exact time of the implementation period on the 31st of December in the United Kingdom. I want to be very clear, this power cannot be used to change the time and date of the implementation period for any other purpose. This clause is fundamental to ensuring the operation of the bill. On Clause 40 and Schedule 4, this makes further provision for regulations to make powers under the bill, which is of interest and importance to members of Parliament. Schedule 4 provides for the parliamentary scrutiny procedure for secondary legislation under the powers in the bill. We recognise that our exit from the EU is momentous, and Parliament will want to scrutinise any changes we make to the statute book as part of the process. As I give way to my honourable friend.
Very grateful to the Minister. One of the reasons I'm very much in favour of Clause 38 to reassert our sovereignty is if we got into the position in the implementation period where the European Union wanted to legislate penally against us, can I take it from him that we would use that clause to prevent it having effect?
Yes, it gives us, it not only reasserts the historic position, but reasserts that sovereignty during the implementation period. And there's other things, such as the powers being taken by the European Scrutiny Committee, that will give Parliament extra powers. And that is important, Sir Gary, because we won't be participants in that decision-making process. I certainly give way and thank the Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much. In a nutshell, the making of laws is democratically made when it's made by the people in line with the manifestos and with the general election that takes place. The bottom line, therefore, is that when the decisions are taken in the European Scrutiny Committee in relation to vital national interests, those will go through departmental select committees as well, and then there'll be a vote on the floor of the House. That means that this House will decide whether or not it wants to obey a legislative arrangement which has come out of the European Union, which is completely different from anything that has preceded it since 1972.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman Chair of the Select Committee, and as he knows, the power is also extended now to the House of Lords, allowing for an additional check. Give way.
But wouldn't he agree that if we have to have a certain level of equivalence to sustain a reasonable level of trade, that when changes are made in the EU without our consent because we'll be outside the room, we'll be obliged to accept those or else take the economic cost? That's not sovereignty, that's just self-harm for the sake of opposing things. And if we just agree with them, what's the point anyway?
I think if we took the Honourable Gentleman's version of Brexit, where we actually stay in dynamic alignment, he'd be right, but we're not going to do that. We're going to take back control. So we will be an independent nation state. In terms of Schedule 4, the general position will be that the affirmative procedure will apply when core powers of the bill are exercised so as to modify primary legislation or retained direct principle EU legislation. While not all of these modifications will be substantial, this approach has been adopted given the exceptional context and unique nature of matters dealt with in this bill. And this role recognises the role of Parliament wanting a greater place in scrutinising legislation. There is one exception to this rule, and that relates to the exercise of powers to make provisions by regulation for appeals against citizens' rights immigration decisions. So this is a power to citizens to appeal. And this exception is made to ensure such a provision can be made in time for the 31st of January, and the made affirmative procedure is therefore adopted in the bill for this exceptional process. Parliament has a duty to provide the British people with a functioning statute book. This clause and schedule provide essential further provisions about the powers in the bill, and I urge honourable members to support its standing part of the bill. In terms of Clause 41 and Schedule 5, as honourable members know, consequential provisions are standard as any part of legislation, even legislation of great constitutional importance. Equally, transitional provisions are a standard way to smooth the application of a change in the UK statute book. This bill already indicates many consequential amendments in Schedule 5, but there will be more. As is standard practice, we're therefore taking a power to amend these constitutional amendments. Now, I understand members' concerns about delegated powers within this bill. However, I'd like to allay those fears and concerns here today. This power naturally is constrained. It can only be used to make provisions that are consequential to the Act. Transitional, transitory and saving provisions are equally standard in a way to smooth the introduction of the change in statute book. As we implement the withdrawal agreement, it's in everyone's interest that we ensure legal continuity for businesses and individuals. And again, Schedule 5 introduces some of these measures, but we will need the flexibility to ensure that the withdrawal agreement can operate smoothly and efficiently for the people of the UK. I'm going to come along to some devolved issues, so the Honourable Gentleman is more than happy to take the intervention now or later.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention. I just wonder if you can tell us then if the European Statutory Instruments Committee, which operated so effectively in the last Parliament, is expected to be re-established in this Parliament to scrutinise statutory instruments that are being made under this bill.
I thank the committee for the work that they've done. I must admit my focus has been on the work the European Scrutiny Committee is doing during that implementation period. I'm more than happy to get back to him later on the specific point about that committee. But I do want to make some progress now. As honourable members will know, case law, an array of legal authorities, provide a very narrow scope for governments to exercise powers of these types. There's standard provisions to permit housekeeping modifications. Moving to clause 42, sorry, I will give way.
Just the basic principle, the Minister's talking about the delegated powers, and they are sweeping and extensive throughout this bill. So why is the government so reluctant to have limitations that protect key primary legislation like the Human Rights Act and the Devolved Acts that was just voted against by the members in his government? If there's nothing...
Well, our withdrawal from the European Union does not impinge on our human rights issues. I'll come later to that, and that comes later in some new clauses, and I'll make some more detailed comments on human rights. But they're unaffected, our commitments to human rights, by this bill. Moving to clause 42, this clause provides extent commencement to the bill and sets out the short title. It sets out that the bill will extend to England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, save for a limited number of exceptions. One such exception is in Section 1, extend to the Isle of Man, Channel Islands and Gibraltar. The European Communities acts currently to extend this to the Crown dependencies in Gibraltar in a limited way. This means that the saving effect of the European Communities Act allows for the implementation period to extend similarly to these jurisdictions, effectively continuing as we are during the implementation period. The government has regularly engaged with the Crown dependencies throughout the EU exit process to keep them appraised of developments and provide a forum for ongoing dialogue. This has been an important aspect of ensuring this clause is fit for purpose. The clause also sets out which parts of the Act will commence immediately at royal assent and provides a power for the Minister to commence other provisions at different times by regulation. Provisions such as consequential and transitional powers and certain definitions will commence immediately. It is also usual practice for the bills to allow provisions to be commenced at different times through commencement regulations, and this is an essential part of the Act and how it will come into place in an orderly fashion. On Schedule 5, the House will remember the debates on Section 8 of the EU Withdrawal Act 2018, the power to fix deficiencies and retained in EU law. It was written so that in the event the EU left without a deal, deficiencies arising from our withdrawal would be corrected. Since that Act has been passed, the Government and the devolved authorities have laid secondary legislation under the EU Withdrawal Act and other primary legislation to ensure that a functioning statute book on exit day in the event of no deal. We don't want this legislation to come into force on exit day. Rather, we want to defer these bits of secondary legislation en masse so they come into effect at the end of the implementation period. This schedule provides for the mass deferral, effectively, of secondary legislation, so it comes into force on the reference date of the IP completion date rather than exit day. This schedule also contains the power to make exceptions to mass deferral. It also covers the devolved assembly's use of this power and provides for a similar deferral of the commencement and a power to make exceptions in respect of certain primary legislation made by the devolved authorities. In addition to the provisions I've set out, this schedule also expands the consequential powers in the EU Withdrawal Act 2018 so that it can be made to make fixes in consequence of the amendments of this bill and how they make changes to that Act. The number of acts now needed to be updated to reflect the terms of the withdrawal agreement, including the implementation period. These amendments alter previous changes made by the EU Withdrawal Act 2018 to other legislation. The provision contained in the schedule are necessary to ensure the proper functioning of the statute book for the whole of the implementation period and beyond, therefore must stand part of the bill. Turning now and coming back to the amendments. The Amendment 11, I think, was a probing amendment to discuss sovereignty and has been a good place setter to have a robust discussion of what is meant by sovereignty, and we were able to confirm the UK has been able to do things whilst inside the European Union, and I think we very strongly confirmed that we have felt constrained and have been constrained as part of the European Union not to disagree with things that have been put through by the European Union. I think we have a closer understanding of what we on this side mean by parliamentary sovereignty and why we were asserting ourselves during the Brexit debate and the general election, which we won resoundingly. With pleasure.
The pleasure is all mine. Yeah. But wouldn't you agree that clearly in the WTO, we've got a situation where that particular body is being undermined by the United States by not appointing judges to the appellate court, etc. So we've got this situation where the Americans don't want a rule-based system, they want a power-based system, which is their power, and they put most of the money in the WTO. We've got 164 members, and so the idea that on our own, rather than as part of the EU bloc, we've got influence in the WTO compared to our influence by virtue of our population in the EU is surely not. It's not credible, and we will simply have less sovereignty.
I think we will have more influence. We'll have influence with the Americans. The Americans want to do a trade deal with us early. We will work with other international partners. The WTO has been of immense value in liberalising trade, and in many ways, EU trading within itself has been a block on liberalisation of global trade, whilst it has opened out trade within the EU. I've made the point that around Parliament, and I think members support this principle. I certainly give way.
No, just to elucidate the point, sometimes I think the opposition doesn't seem to understand that we are in the WTO through the EU anyway, so all of the EU is governed by WTO rules and the WTO court, and yet they say we would be sacrificing control to go into the WTO. That bit of it already applies to us. What we get is our vote and our voice, so we actually get some power.
Absolutely. The Honourable Gentleman is right, and I disagree with some of the points the Honourable Gentleman made, but if he was right, we'd be suffering those problems at distance through the EU. It wouldn't be a new problem if it indeed was the problem that he describes. I'm going to make progress to on Amendment 9. I look forward to the Honourable Gentleman's speech later. I'm looking forward to the Honourable Gentleman's speech as a trade rep, and I will listen very carefully to his remarks, and I will intervene on him if that's appropriate and helpful to the debate. But I do want to make progress on to Amendment 9. The House will be aware that the Government has previously published an impact assessment in support of the bill. This is a standard assessment of the direct costs and benefits to businesses of elements of the bill and is available to Parliament and the public. This assessment comes in addition to the Government's analysis published in November 2018. This is detailed and robust and covers a broad range of scenarios. In his letter to the Treasury Select Committee on the 21st of October last year, the Chancellor of the Exchequer committed the Government to provide continued analysis of the appropriate points through the next stages of the negotiations, and hopefully that will reassure the Honourable Lady further to the reassurance she received from Parliamentary Secretary for Northern Ireland, speaking on parliamentary scrutiny issues in the last grouping. The Government remains committed to this and will inform Parliament with the best analysis on which to base its decisions. We will do this at the appropriate time, and so it doesn't impede our ability to strike a good deal. I don't think members of Parliament and the British public would want us to do otherwise. The British people have voted to get Brexit done, and we must honour that by leaving with a deal. Fundamentally, this amendment, sadly, is another attempt to delay Brexit. We don't want to test the people's patience further by adding another step to the process. I therefore urge right honourable members not to move and withdraw these amendments. And the impact assessments already exist, and it's there for everyone to see. On Amendment 35, I thank the honourable member for tabling this, but unfortunately we can't accept this amendment. This clause recognises a principle fundamental to our constitutional relationships, that Parliament is sovereign. Nothing in this bill derogates from the sovereignty of Parliament, and this clause makes it clear. Parliament, in passing legislation to give effect of the withdrawal agreement, is exercising that sovereignty. But a critical component of this bill is Clause 5, which provides individuals and businesses some clarity, and they rely on the withdrawal agreement. It also provides the withdrawal agreement to take priority over domestic law where it is incompatible. That is consistent with parliamentary sovereignty, and Parliament is giving effect to the priority of the withdrawal agreement. The effect of the honourable member's amendment would go beyond this. It will be novel and it will bind Parliament's hands in the matter which it exercises its ability to make and unmake law. He should be assured that such a provision is entirely unnecessary, and I hope this reassures the honourable member and he does not push his amendment to a vote. Speaking to Clause 28, this new clause seeks to introduce a clause that would require a further confirmatory referendum. We don't want any more referendums. May I gently remind the honourable gentleman who was not in his place, but I'm sure I'll send him a copy of Hansard, that we've recently had a general election and the public voted and were committed to leaving on the 31st of January. And I'm not sure, apologies, their member from the Liberal Democrat bench is here just over there. I hope that if it's a collective thing for the whole bench, it's withdrawn or not moved. And with that, I thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Minister. Dr. Philippa Whitford.
Thank you very much. Obviously, the main clause is Clause 38, talking about parliamentary sovereignty. And independent reviews of this, including the Library and Institute for Government, point out how completely meaningless this clause is. It's just purely stating something without giving it any power. It has no power in law. And yet, throughout this bill, sweeping delegated powers are being taken from this Parliament to the executive. The government just voted against limiting those powers only in the standard way they were limited in the Withdrawal Act of 2018 to protect things like the Human Rights Act, Wales Act, Scotland Act and Northern Ireland Act. And yet the Minister in the former section couldn't explain why they still felt they wouldn't accept such limitations. And that's where the concern comes. Particularly in Clause 21, there isn't a sunset clause, there isn't a limit. It's in the Tory manifesto, this plan to rebalance between the executive, Parliament and the courts. And we literally see this coming to light inside this bill. The Minister himself mentioned Clause 5, which gives the withdrawal agreement supremacy over all domestic law. So it's actually not going to allow parliamentary scrutiny of any of the changes that result from that. It's these sweeping, broad brush powers that are giving people concern. And particularly the removal of Clause 31 in its entirety, giving Parliament no voice, no influence, no ability to set the terms or aims of the future relationship, which is way beyond a trade deal, are absolutely making people afraid of what's going on. And we haven't heard any good argument from the government as to why Parliament is suddenly being excluded in this way. So it's bizarre to stick in, almost like the lady doth protest too much, oh, we all believe in parliamentary sovereignty, when in actual fact what we see is a complete undermining of the sovereignty of this Parliament. And we also see an undermining of the sovereignty of the other three parliaments in the United Kingdom. The devolved governments are being undermined. They also will have no influence in the future relationship. They also are having to face delegated powers being taken to legislate on devolved areas, even without involvement of devolved ministers. This is something that 20 years after devolution is seen as an absolute power grab and an absolute attack on the devolved parliaments of this United Kingdom. In our amendment, Amendment 9, we specifically talk about an economic impact assessment, and that has not been done since 2018, and that was done on the Chequers Agreement. And frankly, having read the Chequers Agreement, which many members on the opposite benches, including the Prime Minister, didn't support, was a complete cake and eat it agreement, which was frankly never an agreement. It was just a wish list that had no chance of happening. There has been no economic impact assessment since then, and certainly no economic impact assessment of what this bill will do. We have heard all the representatives of Northern Ireland coming together across the divide of the communities to ask for regular economic impact assessments on what this does to Northern Ireland. Can I point out, as someone from a coastal west of Scotland constituency that will be looking across at Northern Ireland, which will be sitting in the single market, fishermen in my constituency are talking about losing their businesses or having to register in Northern Ireland to try to compete. Our farmers will face delays at ports, they may face tariffs, they will certainly face huge bureaucracy that farmers in Northern Ireland will not face. I have two big just-in-time industries, aerospace at one end, pharmaceuticals at the other. How are we going to keep those industries, let alone attract other businesses? You're looking at Ayrshire, you're looking at Northern Ireland. One's in the single market, one isn't. So I'm sorry, the idea that the economic assessment that was done on Chequers would count for this deal and this bill is frankly completely nonsense. Also, it is important when this government talks about its precious union to respect the devolved governments. They are being given no locus in the future relationship, and the fact that the Scottish Parliament will be voting on withholding a legislative consent motion for this is something that is being dismissed as irrelevant by the Prime Minister himself at the dispatch box before Christmas. If it is so important to members on the Tory benches to preserve their precious union, can I suggest it is a bit like a marriage? Turning round and saying to the missus, tough, I won't give you a divorce. Tough, I don't want to listen to you. Shut up because I'm in charge. And to turn around and say things like, yeah, give me half your wages and you can't leave me because I bought a big 4x4 and now we have an overdraft. That is what the relationship looks like from Scotland. And you cannot maintain a union, as the former Prime Minister and the Attorney General both pointed out, you cannot maintain a union of nations that is not voluntary. You cannot maintain a union of nations where countries do not wish to be part of it. This has been put forward as a Brexit argument repeatedly. And you will not keep Scotland in your precious union by the utter disrespect that's being shown for her governments, her people, and how her people voted. This is the party that people voted for. So standing up repeatedly and saying the people of Scotland don't want this, don't want that, is nonsense. If the members opposite believe in democracy, they should be respecting not just the Scottish Government, but the Scottish Parliament. And they cannot ride roughshod with delegated powers over the devolved governments of Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland. It will certainly not protect their precious union.
William Cash.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady for the Opposition made a very simple point. She said, what is this sovereignty? It's terribly simple. It's a mixture of the ability to be able to make your own laws in your own parliament in accordance with the elected decisions that are taken by the people in line with the manifesto and with their constitutional arrangements which have been in place now for many generations. It's very simple. It is this for which people fought and died in world wars. The reality is, it is very simple. It is about whether or not you can govern yourself. And my rebellion against the Maastricht Treaty was based on the simple proposition, which was that that treaty created European government. In 1971, we entered into arrangements through the Act of 1972 on the basis of a white paper that said that we would never give up the veto under any circumstances, and furthermore, that to do so would not only be against our own national interest, but it would also be contrary to the fabric of the European community itself, because they understood at that time, believe it or not, in the government circles, that the veto enabled us to retain the actuality, the reality of the ability to make our own laws. Gradually, over the next 30, 40 years, what happened was that that veto was whittled away to extinction. And the processes which I have to deal with in the European Scrutiny Committee day in, day out, and have been doing so now since I first went on the committee in 1985, demonstrated to me that, in fact, we were not governing ourselves. That is why I entered into opposition to the Maastricht Treaty and then Nice, Amsterdam, and ultimately Lisbon as well. The reality is that what has been happening is that the ability of this House, the individuals who sit on these green benches, have simply had their ability to make the laws that they are entitled to make on behalf of the people who vote for them being reduced to rubble. That is what has been happening, and in return, we've been faced with an increasingly dysfunctional European Union that did not work in the interests of the British people, and that is why we got the result in the referendum. It was the people who voted, and interestingly, if I may make another point on this, when that decision was taken to hold the referendum, it was decided by 6-1 in this House of Commons. We voluntarily agreed that we would abdicate our right as members of Parliament to let the people of this country make that decision on their behalf. So that all the resistance we've seen over the last 3 years from the opposition benches and from a number of our recalcitrant colleagues, many of whom are no longer in the House, was based on a complete failure to understand that the decisions that were taken in that referendum were authorised by Parliament and indeed by themselves. Furthermore, when it came to the Withdrawal Act in 2008, and I did the first draft of that bill, which was accepted by the government, what it said in Section 1 was that the European Community Act 1972 will be repealed on exit day. That is now, in fact, the implementation period day. But for practical purposes, it comes to the same thing. What I'm saying is this: the opposition, religiously or irreligiously, depending on how you care to put it, decided that they would oppose that bill in principle, which they did on second reading and third reading. Every single Conservative, even my recalcitrant colleagues, even Kenneth Clarke, voted for the Withdrawal Act in third reading. But what the opposition did was to deny not only the sovereignty that was being restored by the repeal of the 72 Act, but also the democracy which went with it. That is a fundamental issue. And what they did was to destroy their credibility with the British people. And I believe that the ordinary man in the street, the people who voted in the last general election, understood this. I've already made the point about the fact that the European laws are made behind closed doors by majority vote. Nobody can say that decisions that are taken, which we had to accept because we had no alternative, were laws made by our elected representatives. I have never heard such trash coming from a front bench as the suggestion that the fact that these people happen to be elected members of Parliament in the Council of Ministers conferred upon them some form of democratic right to decide. I'll certainly give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. He's making absolutely the right case about sovereignty. Also, an extension of this, I mentioned Van Genden-Loos and Costa versus Ennals. And the point about those two is they were judicial statements. One was direct effect, and the other one was, of course, the whole idea that European law had supremacy. Now, they were never voted on in this House. No. Nobody agreed to that. Nobody said this is what we wanted. And that led to something which is quite interesting. All of the imposition of the extension of welfare payments to EU migrants who came here was a judicial review of something which we had never voted for. It was never voted for, and it cost us a lot of money.
A very good point, and I'll just add to that that those cases were, in fact, before we came into the European Union, and they actually invade the very concept of the constitutionality of this country and of other countries too. Because what it does is, what those cases say, is that we are obliged to obey not any law, not all laws, but even constitutional laws. Exactly. That is the point. It's an utter invasion. This is a complete and total destruction of the decision of people in the ballot box in general elections. That is what the problem is, and sovereignty and democracy are intertwined at the heart of our constitutional system. Those are the points I want to make, and I honestly say to the Honourable Lady, she really ought to reflect on the rather absurd propositions that she put forward in her speech. She cannot prove a single point of the kind that she just mentioned. One last point.
Most great, Mark, don't give away. The key function of members sent here, the earlier parliaments were in Shropshire, of course, it's a regrettable tendency we've had to have them in Westminster the last 300 years, is that we pass supply, we vote funds, and we are responsible for monies raised from our constituents. And no taxation with a representative is fundamental. The current rules are in complete breach of that. It's worth reading a national NAO report that between 2005 and 2015, the EU demanded £642 million back because of the unsatisfactory manner in which the last Labour government introduced CAP reform. There was absolutely nothing a single member of Parliament could vote here or do to stop that money being demanded from the UK government.
In conclusion, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, simply say I entirely endorse what my right honourable friend has said, as indeed I endorse what my other right honourable friend has said. The bottom line is that what happened when we passed the Withdrawal Act in conjunction with the general election which we have just won gives us back the opportunity to be able to make laws on behalf of the people of this country in a democratic constitutional arrangement of such importance that I believe that this will go down as a historic moment when this bill goes through on third reading tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'm rising to primarily address amendment number 35 in my name and its intersection with clause 38. But I can say to the Minister, I don't intend to push this to a division, but I do want to highlight some of the issues that are arising from it. More generally, just on the point around parliamentary sovereignty, I want to make a couple of comments, indeed around the irony, as other members have done, with respect to the level of delegated powers that are about to be created in terms of this bill. And also the lack of scrutiny around the future relationship, which is of particular importance to us in Northern Ireland, but of course for all colleagues right across the United Kingdom as well. And indeed, we've had the situation today where the Northern Ireland Protocol, which is of such importance to us in Northern Ireland, and indeed has almost bedevilled the process around Brexit for many years, was only programmed for, in effect, 2 hours today, and a lot of the Northern Ireland voices weren't properly articulated on that particular point. The concern of my amendment is really around the rights protections under the Good Friday Agreement. The Good Friday Agreement is, of course, an international agreement, but implementation in domestic law does fall to the UK Government to ensure that things are entirely in order in that regard. And the agreement does set out a comprehensive set of rights, including issues such as the political participation of women, the right to freely choose one's residence, freedom from sectarian harassment, a statutory equality duty, and perhaps most significantly the requirement for the incorporation of the European Convention on Human Rights into UK domestic law. Now, most of the debate in Northern Ireland and beyond around Brexit as it pertains to our situation has largely focused on issues around borders, the business community, the economy, trade, and what the future holds in that regard. But the rights issues as well are something that people are deeply concerned about for a whole range of reasons. Article 2, Section 1 of the Protocol on Northern Ireland and Ireland does provide a commitment that there will be no diminution of rights, safeguards and equality of opportunity, and of course that is very much welcome. But we have seen a gradual weakening of the level of commitment to rights protections if you go back to the original draft of the joint report in December of 2017. And the European Union has been very clear that it does fall to the United Kingdom government to ensure that the rights under the Good Friday Agreement are protected going forward as part of the future relationship and other factors as well. The very specific concern I was trying to raise with the amendment is that there does seem to be an inconsistency between Clause 7A and Clause 38, which is a particular focus of this section of the debate. Clause 38, of course, stresses parliamentary sovereignty, notwithstanding 7A, which is used to give some degree of reassurance that there won't be any threat in terms of rights. So there is that potential that 7A could be overridden in some shape or form. And the reasons why we have some concern in this respect are several. First of all, not all Good Friday Agreement rights relate to the European Convention itself. Some are broader than what the Convention contains. Also, some of the proposed legislative commitments only apply to Northern Ireland's departments and public bodies, and they don't extend as far as the UK Government itself. And in there may well be some potential danger. And there's also concerns as to how the UK Government has, to date, fully respected some of the rights under the Good Friday Agreement. As members will appreciate, identity is a very complex issue across these islands, but it has been managed to date through a number of different forms, through, for example, the Common Travel Area, more recently then the Good Friday Agreement, and of course hitherto the joint membership of the European Union by the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland. And up until now, both of those jurisdictions have moved in tandem as regards issues around the European Union, including, for example, around matters such as the Schengen Agreement, which the Republic of Ireland have also opted out from. So we're now faced with the first time ever that we're going to see the UK and Ireland move in a different direction in terms of the European Union, and that may well throw up a whole range of issues and challenges and anomalies that will need to be managed successfully. So Brexit strips a lot of those protections away and perhaps does create a certain degree of risk. And if I could maybe just make one particular example in that regard, members may well be aware of the Emma de Souza case regarding the issue in terms of an immigration case. And what that is pointing to is the absence of the UK Government having reflected in UK domestic law, particularly in terms of revision to the 1981 Nationality Act, the ability of someone who is born and resident in Northern Ireland to fully have the right to identify solely as Irish and to have Irish citizenship. What the law is currently saying is that anyone born in Northern Ireland is by birth automatically British, and to many that goes against both the letter and the spirit of the Good Friday Agreement. As long as that case, and indeed other situations, go unresolved, there is this latent fear of these anomalies persisting and indeed potentially growing, particularly if there is greater divergence between the UK and the rest of the European Union, including in particular the Republic of Ireland, and the implications for what is a very complex situation that has been managed in particular by the Good Friday Agreement on a faltering basis over the past 20 years, but nonetheless managed, and we may well be into very difficult and rocky territory. So I think it's important that the government does reflect in terms of some of the fears that are being expressed in Northern Ireland. And while I'm not going to push the amendment today, it's important that the government reflects on that, and certainly give way to it.
The member must, of course, reflect that the fact of the matter is that the Republic of Ireland is an independent country in its own right, and by being independent, it is entitled to go its own way. And if it wants to go a different way with Europe, it's entitled to do that. We wouldn't want to restrict it and say it has to come with Britain. I'd be delighted if after the European, whenever we leave the EU, that and Europe will increase its bill of membership to the Republic of Ireland. Whenever they see how costly it is to be part of that membership, maybe they will then have a national conversation about their role as Irish citizens in the EU. But ultimately, that is a choice which the Republic of Ireland has made, that it wishes to stay within the EU, and we shouldn't try to be restricting their hands either.
Well, I'm always grateful to hear comments from my counterpart in Northern Ireland, but I think it's worth stressing for the record that there is no significant movement debate whatsoever in the Republic of Ireland around any form of our exit, as perhaps it could be framed. There is deep commitment to membership of the European Union in the south of Ireland, as indeed there is on a majority basis in Northern Ireland, as well as is the case in Scotland and other parts of the UK as well. While, of course, Ireland will make its decision to remain as part of the European Union, it is, of course, the UK that is diverging, and that's a debate that has been had, and I recognise the outcome in that respect. But nonetheless, it is important to recognise that Northern Ireland is a complex society. It only works based upon sharing and interdependence, and a very careful set of balanced relationships have been built up over the past number of years, with support of both front benches in this House over that period. And Brexit does potentially strip away some of that sticky plaster over perhaps some of the cracks, and we don't exactly know how things are going to work out. So it is important that the government does pay regard and is sensitive to the very particular implications in rights terms for Northern Ireland as the Brexit process unfolds. Thank you.
Thank you. I welcome Clause 38 to stand part of the bill, and I pay tribute to my honourable friend from Stone for being one of the co-authors of that excellent piece of government proposed legislation, and I also support the Minister in opposing various new clauses and amendments before us. And it seems to come down to this question of what is sovereignty. And I think the public understand it so much better than many of the opposition MPs seem to do. The public fully understand that our constitution should be based on this proposition that the public decide who should represent them in the House of Commons, and then the House of Commons decides what laws are appropriate, what taxes to raise, how to spend that money, and at the end of 4 or 5 years, or shorter time period sometimes, the public then get to judge whether we collectively made a good job of it or not, or whether there is some new configuration of members of Parliament that can make it better. So the public are ultimately sovereign, but they trust us, their elected members, with their sovereignty for a period of up to 5 years to exercise the powers of government. When we first joined the European Economic Community, the country was assured that that sovereignty, that set of powers, would not be damaged in any way. And to underwrite that promise, the government said, correctly then, that there would be no matter decided in the European Economic Community that could be forced on the United Kingdom against its will. We always had a veto, so that if they proposed a law or a charge or a tax which we didn't like, we could use the veto. And over our years of membership, we have seen those vetoes gradually reduced, those powers taken away, so that in more and more areas today, while still a full member of what is now the European Union, there are huge swathes of policy areas where we are not free to legislate where we wish, or in some cases not free to legislate at all, because it is entirely occupied territory under the community acquis. And the ultimate sovereign power in the United Kingdom today is the European Court of Justice. Right. That is the ultimate appeal of any legal issue. And they can overrule what the two houses of Parliament decide, they can overrule a statute, they can strike down a law passed in this place. And it is that which a majority of the British people decided they thought was unsatisfactory. When they had voted many years ago to support our continued membership of the European Economic Community, it was called a common market and misrepresented as a free trade area, which of course is rather different from a customs union with complex rules. And they were given that assurance that their parliament would still be able to choose their taxes, spend their money and pass their laws in the traditional way, and that turned out not to be true. And the loss of those freedoms was progressive under the Single European Act, under the Maastricht Treaty, under the Amsterdam Treaty, the Nice Treaty, and above all the Lisbon Treaty, the final culmination of that journey towards a very strong European government, which was superior to the United Kingdom government. and the implied substantial strengthening of the wide-ranging powers of the European Court of Justice, because every directive and every regulation that was passed, and there were thousands of them, not only produced more directly acting legal power over our country that we could not modify or change, but it also gave so much more extensive powers to the European Court of Justice, because they are the ultimate arbitrators of that body of law. And it is that body of law which this legislation today is seeking to put under United Kingdom control. And we've been arguing over this for 3.5 years now. The public thought it was a very simple matter and told us to get on with it. We had a fractious and unhelpful Parliament until recently, which did all in its power to thwart the wishes of the United Kingdom electors being put through. And I would hope today, after a second general election and after a referendum where the British people have made clear that they wish their sovereignty to rest again with them and delegated to their parliament, that the opposition might have understood that and might have understood that currently, contrary to what we've been told by the Labour front bench, there are a very large number of areas where we cannot do as we please. Let's start with the money. Yes, we wish to take back control of the money. This Parliament cannot decide to reduce the amount of money it pays to the European Union. They decide that. They determine the bill and they enforce the bill. And I hope that ministers can reassure me that after December, at the end of the implementation period, that will cease. And we will only pay when there is an agreement that we accept between us and the European Union for services or joint policies which we wish to undertake as a sovereign nation. We cannot go on accepting their hand in our pocket and taking our money under their legal powers. And I personally think it's a great pity that we've had such delay in exit, because I resent the £1 billion or more net a month we are paying in, which will continue, I'm afraid, throughout this year, when I would like that money for priorities in Wokingham and in the constituencies of other colleagues here in this House of Commons. And I find it very odd that so many MPs are so dismissive of the significance of the money, given the quite important role it seemed to play in the referendum campaign itself, and given how colleagues are normally very keen to see increases in expenditure on public services in our country, and yet they don't make the connection that if we carry on paying those very large sums to the European Union, it limits our scope to make those increases which they would like. It also means we don't control our own taxes, and so our country cannot choose how to tax any of our sales. That is determined for us. It has to be the VAT tax system. We had to introduce that when we joined the European Union. There are arguments for continuing some kind of VAT system, but surely we want to decide what rates it's levied at, and we want to decide what items it is levied on, because there are quite a number of items which I think it should not be levied on, where I think I would find agreement across the chamber. But we are not allowed today to remove that from green products, for example, because that is against European Union rules. So I look forward to our opportunity to shape our own taxation system as soon as we are properly out. There is then the issue of when do we actually have control over our law. And what I hope that Clause 38 will achieve is if the European Union decides during the implementation period to pass laws which are particularly penal on the United Kingdom or are damaging to our commercial and economic interests, that we can use that reassertion of parliamentary sovereignty before the expiry of the implementation period to make sure that particular law does not apply to the United Kingdom. Because there is otherwise an invitation to anyone of bad will in the European Union to think of schemes which would be disadvantageous to the United Kingdom during this implementation period. There's then the issue of borders, where again the Labour front bench seems surprisingly dismissive of a very important question which has been in our debate through the referendum and subsequent general elections. And I think there is a general view in the country that goes well beyond Conservative voters, that there should be a fair system of entry as between EU and non-EU people, whereas at the moment EU gets preference. And I think a lot of people feel there should be some overall limitation on the numbers of people coming in seeking low-paid work or speculatively seeking work, and that they favour some kind of a work permit system, which is quite common in many other advanced civilised countries. Because we wish people who join us to be welcomed, because we want them to live to a decent standard, because we accept a commitment to pay them benefits and find them subsidised housing if that is their requirement, surely it should be in our power to decide how many people we welcome in this way, and that should be related to our capacity to offer them something worthwhile and in relation to our economic needs. I give way to my right honourable friend who's done so much on this area.
Yeah, can I just take him up on one particular point? He said, should we wish to give them benefits? The reality is right now, for the British government, they have to pay benefits even to families working over here who the families are not with them. And this is roundly disliked across Europe, but they all accept there's nothing they can do about it, because it was the Court of Justice that imposed this as part of freedom of movement. It was never debated as part of freedom of movement, and it was never supposed it would happen. That is an end to sovereignty, when you no longer can change something and make that decision.
So, my right honourable friend has put it brilliantly. That is exactly the kind of limitation of our sovereign power and our freedom to make decisions that please our electors that I've been talking about. And it's quite an important one, given the history of this debate. I then turn to the Scottish Nationalists, and I agree with something which the Scottish Nationalist spokeswoman said, and that is that we only want volunteers in our union. We are democrats. We believe that the union works, but that if a significant portion of the union develops a feeling that it's not working for them, that is something that we need to test. And so I was a very strong supporter of accepting the SNP idea just a few years ago that there should be a referendum, and that referendum had the full support of the United Kingdom Parliament, which is of course the sovereign authority for these purposes on union matters. And I also fully agreed with the then SNP leadership when I talked to them about it, and I think had formal exchanges recorded in Hansard, where they said that they agreed with me that whichever side lost should accept the result of the referendum. And they also agreed with me that this would be a one-in-a-generation event, not a regular every 5 years event until once I got the answer it liked. And I do hope the SNP will reflect on that, because yes, we are democrats. We want volunteers in our union. But you cannot pull it up and examine it every 2 or 3 years with a referendum, which is very divisive and very expensive and damaging to confidence in economic progress. You should live with the result.
The honourable member for giving way, but does he accept that we did respect it? We've been here for 4.5 years. We wouldn't have been here if we didn't respect it. We'd have been independent, and we wouldn't be being dragged over the EU cliff at the end of this month. Yes. But he should accept the claim of right that Scotland's had for 331 years didn't disappear in 2014, and it's his party that have changed the entire fabric of the United Kingdom and cannot continue to treat Scotland with disrespect as to their views going forward.
Just before the honourable gentleman continues, we don't want to be dragged down a debate about Scottish independence on clause 38. I appreciate it was in response to what he said. So let's continue to debate these amendments and this clause 38. John Redwood.
Good advice, but I'm trying to address the SNP point related to their proposals over how we treat devolved government fairly and whether we are listening properly to Scotland. And I think, yes, we are very much listening to Scotland, but we do have to understand that the matter of the Union is a responsibility of the Union Parliament, and the matter of our membership of the European Union is also a responsibility of the European Parliament. And it's the honourable lady's misfortune to have been on the wrong sides in 2 referendums, but it has been a deeply democratic process in both cases as to whether Scotland stays in the Union or whether we stay in the European Union. But I do wish to urge my right honourable and honourable friends on the front bench to remember that there is a 4th country in our union, and that is the country of England. And we are very reasonable people, and we don't go on and on about English issues. But I do think when we get to this debate today over how the different parts of the United Kingdom are consulted and respond to the issue of how we leave the European Union, England too needs to have a voice within the government and needs to be seen to be an important part of the process. Because the overwhelming vote for Brexit was an English vote, because England is a very large part of the Union in terms of numbers. And that is important, just as the Scottish and the Northern Irish view is also important. So I do hope the government will look at this machinery of government issue and make sure there is within government a clear and definitive English voice. And in due course, I think we need to discuss whether this Parliament should not only have an English Grand Committee that can veto proposals that England doesn't like, but also an English Grand Committee that can make proposals that England wants, because that would do something to correct the obvious imbalances which make this a particularly difficult matter to settle when the largest part of the Union, with the overwhelming Brexit vote, is not formally represented in the discussions.
Thank you much indeed. It's a pleasure, thoughts, to follow the member for Wokingham and member for Stone. I think on the issue which we're talking about is sovereignty and democracy, it is worth just remembering that obviously the original referendum in 2016 was one person, one vote on one issue. And there was a clear majority at that point to leave. And sometime later, namely 2019, we had another vote. Obviously, we had a general election. And if that was counted on the same basis, one person, one vote, we had 14.5 million people voting for the sort of oven-ready Brexit that was on offer, and 16.5 million for a people's vote or remain. Obviously, that vote was done on a different basis. It was done on a constituency representation basis on a number of issues. And it's clear that what was decided was that we would have a Conservative government with an 80 majority. That's clearly understood. But to try and actually conflate those two issues, I think is wrong. And I will take the intervention just in one moment, let me finish my sentence. And therefore, I think there still is a compelling case that the oven-ready Brexit that's being sort of railroaded through, that in my view will be a reckless Brexit that will undermine the sovereignty and power and financial credibility and trading credibility of Britain, should go back to the public for a final vote. I'll give way to
the honourable member that during the election I remember senior Labour people arguing very passionately that it was fine for a Leave voter to vote Labour, and they weren't all in favour of what the honourable gentleman just said. So I don't think you can say the Labour vote was definitely a Remain or a second referendum vote in all cases.
I think you'll find it was the proposition, and so we're clear on this. I said Remain or public vote on the deal. And the Labour Party position was essentially that the oven-ready Brexit would be bad for Britain in terms of making us more divided, weaker, poorer, more isolated, etc. And that we could put together a better Brexit that protected our jobs through trading alignment, our environment, and our workers' rights through a dynamic alignment of those conditions. It kept us closer, and that would be better.
But just ask the honourable gentleman to resume his seat. It's very interesting, but he's not really speaking to the amendments or to this particular clause. It's more a third reading speech. There'll be a long opportunity tomorrow. If he has a speech to make in relation to these amendments, then we'll look forward to hearing it. Geraint Davis.
I do apologise for responding to the speech that was made on the subject I was touching upon by the member for Wokingham, and I won't go on about that anymore. And coming back to the focus, which is the two bits I wanted to talk about, was obviously the clause on sovereignty 38, and indeed number 28, which I was mentioning then, which is about whether we should have a confirmatory referendum. And I was just making the argument, if I may, Mr. Chair, which I'll stop making, that in support of that particular proposal, 28, that there is a legitimate case for a confirmatory referendum on the grounds that most people voted for either Remain or a referendum. And of course, the position of the Labour Party was to have a referendum. But going back to the sovereignty issue, the member for Stone and others have made the point that what they defined as sovereignty was the idea, and I accept this is an idea in the minds of many voters, that if we've got sovereignty, we can have all our decisions made here, and we'll make them and decide everything, and everything will be all right. Now, intuitively, that sounds very sensible, but in practice, is that really going to be what's going to happen? I would contend that this Brexit will reduce sovereignty, and therefore this clause, 38 is misleading. In particular, at the moment we have pooled sovereignty in the EU, where we have, we are one of 28 countries, but we have a proportional vote to our population. And what that means that in majority voting, where the honourable member was suggesting if things are rammed through and we have got no consultation, they just happen to us. We've got a veto opportunity, even on a majority vote, together with Germany, for example, which is obviously the biggest player, and therefore they're very worried that we're leaving, that they won't be able to exercise, in accordance with us, certain restraints or constraints on the EU. And ultimately what will happen is if we do have a close trading relationship with the EU, and after all, 44% of our trade goes to the EU, from a Welsh point of view, it's more like 60%, then we will have to have some level of equivalence, which will mean we'll have to be in accordance with the standards that are decided in a closed room without us in that closed room. So surely that isn't more sovereignty, it's less sovereignty. We'll have to make the decision, do we agree with something that's been decided without us, as opposed to where we could argue and block it with Germany and others? Or I will in a second. Or do we want to be out of the room and deciding whether we accept the rules that are coming over, and if we don't accept them, it might hinder our trade. And that doesn't sound like sovereignty improvement to me. I will give way.
Phil, I'd just be pleased if my honourable friend could tell me what definition of sovereignty he's using, because it's completely confusing me. I've just checked, and it's normally, the normal definition is the authority of a state to govern itself. But he's talking about majority voting when we might be in a minority. What is his definition of sovereignty?
Yeah, what we're talking about in terms of sovereignty is the freedom of this Parliament to influence the outcomes for our electorate. And what I'm saying, as he chunters in his seat, is that we will be in a situation where we would move from a situation where we can influence rules that will be applied in Britain to one where we cannot influence those rules and they'll still be applied. We're not suddenly leaving and going to the moon. I know there is a move on the other side that we should be semi-detached or worse from the EU and sort of thrust ourselves into the fond arms of the WTO. But what I was saying earlier to the Minister, coming back to that point, and I have had some experience of this as being a trade rapporteur on behalf of the Council for Europe at the WTO, is that we end up in a situation where we're negotiating with 164 countries with one vote, not proportionate to our population. Some of these are dictatorships and all the rest of it, as opposed to being in a club of 28 mature economies with a very strong bargaining position within the WTO. The WTO, of course, as I mentioned earlier, is being undermined by the US, who just wants their own massive power to decide everything rather than rules. And also the WTO has got existing rules that are contrary to what we're allowed to do within the EU. So going back to the point about sovereignty, we'll be in a situation where, and I appreciate the Minister may not want to do this, but if the government of Britain at some point in the future wanted to bring things back into public ownership of the railways or whatever, then the WTO would be able to stop us. The WTO also has rules about patents, which will increase the price of drugs. Now, I don't think this is something that people in the street, as it were, inverted commas, voted for. And then the other thing is, of course, they will impose, as will trading relationships, bilateral trading relationships with the United States. We will have new systems of courts, arbitration courts and panels with independent judges that aren't democratically elected in the way the European Court of Justice is, who will make decisions as to whether big companies can either sue us or threaten to sue us for not pursuing various activity, or they can block our legislation. And what I'm specifically talking about, just by way of example, in case there's any ambiguity here. So if you take the case of Lone Pine, it's a big fracking company, they sued the Canadian government because Quebec had a moratorium on fracking. And they said it wasn't in the interest of the climate change, the environment, or whatever they said, whatever it was. And so we might have a situation, for example, where we start some fracking here, which we have, and then the Welsh government says we don't have fracking there, and we have a investor-state dispute settlement tribunal, and the frackers come along and say, well, look, we can't have this, we're fracking, and they sue the British government. And so is that sovereignty and control in a normal, and of course, just one moment, in any normal situation, no, of course it isn't. So in other words, there will be courts available which will fine or threaten to fine the British government for passing legislation to protect the environment and the public health of our citizens, and it will intimidate future governments from doing that. And so if we wanted, by way of example, to introduce a sugar tax, and of course we have, when that happened in Mexico, there was a investor-state dispute settlement, attack on that. And so there's anything we do, what about a plastics tax? We want to do that, then we'll be attacked for that. This isn't sovereignty, this is madness and self-harm, at which point I will allow the member on that point.
I really do not understand what his front bench and he are up to here. It is as though they are trying to rewrite the whole concept of what the world order in trade is about. The EU has to abide by WTO rules just like we will when we leave, and we already do. There is no issue here that is going to change. WTO rules apply to the EU as stringently as they apply to us, and when we leave and become a voting member, they will still apply to us. The difference is, if there becomes a debate for change, we have a vote in that, which we do not now, because we subsidiate. We have that underneath the EU. So his argument is specious and total nonsense.
Well, that was very helpful. What the honourable members fails to understand is that clearly when there was the big debate over TTIP, for example, well, these ISDS clauses are used all the time by the Americans on fracking and other issues. Once we are in a situation where instead of being in the powerful trading bloc of the EU negotiating head-to-head with China or with the United States from a position of strength to sustain our environmental, our workers' rights, our standards, then we will suddenly instead be broken free, semi-detached, turn our back on our biggest local market, as over him chuntering, and then what will happen is this is what will happen, and it's already been discussed in the trading arrangements with the United States. The United States will say, right, you're on your own now, and we're going to have this relationship, and we'll enforce it through this international tribunal, and that is what is going to happen. And so what will literally happen, just one moment, and what will literally happen is if you just take a simple protection, REACH, whereby in Europe, if the honourable member was making chemicals, you'd have to prove they were safe before marketing them. In the United States, he would just be able to market those, and the Environmental Protection Organization, they would have to prove they're harmful. And that's why they sell asbestos in America, and that's why there'd be pressure for us to have asbestos in our brake pads here. That's why there'll be pressure for have hormone-impregnated meat from America imposed on our growing children who will have premature, pubescence and all the rest of it. And I know they think that's sovereignty, but I don't. Yes, I will give away.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Is he aware that a threat to the sugar tax is already within the trade papers which came out, registering the discussions that have already been happening with the US, and the sheer threat of a government, whether a devolved government or here, being dragged through an investor-state dispute settlement can create a fear of public health measures, such as we have in Scotland, minimum unit pricing on alcohol, which this Parliament has not got round to, and might find that they struggle to get round to because they would be challenged. And therefore that threatens the public health of everyone in the United Kingdom.
Hear, hear.
I mean, I think that is a very important and excellent point, that it is the chilling factor of the threat overhanging. And on the specifics, let's be clear, and lots of people talk about the health service here and the impact of this on our health, and you know, the Americans arriving and taking our data and all the rest of it, privatising the health service. But apart from that, let's think, as is being thought of, the public health impact of these sort of changes on sugar, because we spend £12 billion a year in the NHS on diabetes.
To intervene again, and I understand the point. He's trying to link this to the overall concept of sovereignty, but we are now talking about future trade deals rather than the bill, clause 38, and sovereignty. I would just encourage him to come back to the clause if he would. Thank you. Garante.
I'm very grateful for your guidance. I guess the point on track about this is that if sovereignty is about our ability here to make laws without intimidation, without interference, that's what sovereignty is. If we find ourselves outside the EU and we can no longer put forward, for example, a tax on sugar that would reduce our cost of obesity in the NHS, and so we've got a situation where 6 teaspoonfuls of sugar in a yoghurt light or whatever it is, a Muller yoghurt, or a 9 in a Coca-Cola, and we want to let people know that and drive down sugar content, and drive down diabetes, and drive down health costs. If we're instead fined because the projection of a manufacturer of a sugar-impregnated product isn't then less, then we won't be able to do it. So that isn't sovereignty. If we can't protect our, my point is, if we can't protect our environment, our public health, our trade, and we'll be under the cosh of these companies suing us in these arbitration panels, that isn't sovereignty. And therefore, this clause should be struck out because it's completely misleading. I will give way.
Thank you. Look, there's an awful lot of what the honourable gentleman has said in terms of constructing his argument, which I actually agree with a great deal of what he's said. But his conclusions are sort of hypothesised on a trade deal which have yet to be done. The important point about all of this is it's our sovereignty to decide what goes into the trade deal. And if we don't want to put stuff into a trade deal, it doesn't matter what the investor courts say. They can only adjudicate on that which is in a trade deal, and that what goes into a trade deal is decided by this sovereign parliament. And that's where his conclusion is completely wrong. To actually what was quite a strong argument that he was putting forward to start off with, I do agree with it. But the conclusions are completely wrong, given the sovereignty of this parliament.
I'm very, very grateful for that intervention if there's any lack of clarity, because what I'm saying here is that at the moment we are in the EU, and obviously we do lots of trade with the EU, 44%, etc., and we do quite a lot of trade out, through the EU and directly with America and elsewhere. So we're in a reasonable position, in my view. If we come out of the EU and we suddenly find we need to make up for lost trade, we'll be under a lot of pressure to do a deal very quickly with the US. Secondly, we'll be in a much weaker position because we'll be standing alone in a weak position. They're a big player and they know it. And therefore, they will try and get what they want. And as has been pointed out on the sugar example and there's fracking examples and other examples, they will do this. And what's more, they have got these powers, ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlements, that's part of their normal bilateral trading agreements, and that is already recorded in the trading relations. And the idea, his idea, which I respect, that we could in theory say, no, we don't want this, we won't go ahead with that, and we could decide that there. Yes, we could decide that there, but it would be a huge economic cost, and there'd be enormous pressure to, and we've got to get all these other trade deals done as well, to agree. And in terms of the assumption that's been made that we can just carry on as before with all the other bilateral trading agreements with small countries, say Chile, I'm doing this arbitrarily. If you were Chile, Mr. Chair, then you would sort of think, hold on, I'm negotiating now, instead of with a big EU, with a relatively smaller UK, and so I want a better deal. So therefore, our sovereignty in terms of our power to deliver what our electorate wants is reduced. And therefore, intrinsically, I feel our sovereignty is being intrinsically undermined rather than enhanced, contrary to what's been spun out here. Yes, I will.
The member speaks of trade as all one way. Of course, one of Germany's biggest trading partner is the United Kingdom. Do you think that they want to go down the road that the member's saying? Germans will want to make sure that they continue to have good trade relationships with the United Kingdom, no matter where Britain is when it comes to its position within or outside of the EU.
Yeah, no, that's very, very helpful. And that is a key point that's being made. And let's get that one clear, because something like 44% of our trade goes to the EU. So it's enormously important to us, our trade. But in terms of the EU overall, about less than 5% of their trade comes to the UK. So in terms of the balance of power, and within that, it is the case that two of the countries, Netherlands and Germany, have got a significant trade surplus with the UK, and the others don't. So and what the EU wants to do quite reasonably as a bloc is to protect its standards, its environment, its workers' rights, and not be undercut. And already we've seen, in terms of we will have to, on the environment, in terms of sovereignty, we want a better environment. But the government's already deciding to we'll be withdrawing from the carbon trading situation. We will have our own carbon tax. But in fact, my understanding now is that the proposals for the government is that in terms of the carbon emissions tax, we'll be charging £16, and the EU emissions tax is £25 a tonne. In other words, we're already becoming the sort of pollution dumping ground. And the more we diverge negatively away from the EU, the less we'll be able to trade, and the more we'll be in the hands of whether it's the US or the Chinese or whatever. And that isn't sovereignty. That's just being in the hands of others. So on your guidance, Mr. Chair, I think I've made my point that in terms of we will be poorer and weaker and more divided. This isn't about sovereignty. This is about the abdication of sovereignty, and I deeply regret it.
Right. Robert Courts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to take part in this debate. I would like to make just very brief comments, and I would like them to be directly on the subject of Clause 38. I'd like to say a word or two about parliamentary sovereignty and the need for the clause as I see it. The phrase parliamentary sovereignty or sovereignty we've heard a lot of recently. It's a much used phrase, it's a much misused phrase. And whilst it's certainly something that is subject for debate, what it essentially can be understood to mean is that this place is the supreme law-making body in the country. It is one that makes the law, and it is one that cannot bind its successors, so the law can be changed. The law is made after an election, at which you stand on the basis of a set of promises, you enact those promises, and at the following election, the electorate judge how well you have performed and how well you have kept up with those promises, and then they make a judgment at the ballot box accordingly. That principle has been affected by European Union membership in significant ways. For these purposes, I'll just address the effect of the ECJ. The first of those comes from the effect of the fact-taming case in 1989, which meant that for the first time, an Act of Parliament could be disapplied, the Merchant Shipping Act in that case, if it was incompatible with European Union law. The second major case is Van Genderloos, which established the effect of direct effect, not direct applicability, but direct effect of rights enshrined in European Union treaties enforced by European Union citizens without recourse to Parliament. That has a serious effect on sovereignty because it means that rules are being made out with the procedure of this House. The Labour front bench are academically correct when they say that parliamentary sovereignty already existed from 1974 onwards, because it was always possible that this House could repeal the European Communities Act, which we have now decided to do. In essence, what Parliament decided to do was to hand over wholesale spheres of competence, as the European Union calls, in certain areas, meaning that they would make the rules in those areas, and Parliament would simply rubber stamp through the means of direct effect and regulations. So when an individual rule was made that we didn't like, there was very little members of this House could do about it on those specific issues. They could, of course, revoke their consent for the entire scheme and repeal the European Communities Act, which is what we have now done, but they couldn't on an individual basis. So that consent came from this House. The reason why this is such an important clause is that there is a different period about to commence. Since 1974 all the way up to 2019, Parliament has consented to the rule-making powers and machinery of the European Union through the European Communities Act. Once 72, I beg your pardon, I'm very grateful for the correction. The 1972 European Communities Act. Once we are out of the implementation period, then all of the rules that affect the people who we govern will be made in this House. We will make promises when we stand for election, we will implement them to the best of our abilities, we will then stand on that record. And every point is subsidiary to this. So all of the points that we've been hearing about future trade deals, for example, all are follow on the principle of sovereignty and direct democratic accountability that happens in this House when we stand for election, when we speak and when we return for election. But that will not be the case during the implementation period. Yeah.
Just imagine a scenario where the United Kingdom might have a trade deal with America and this Parliament decides it's going to say no to genetically modified or hormone beef or whatever. How free and how sovereign does he think this Parliament will be in a scenario with a trade deal with America? There won't be.
I'm grateful for the intervention because it illustrates precisely the point that I'm trying to make, which is the nature of what sovereignty is. Sovereignty is held in this place, and this place makes the law, and it is the superior governing body. If there is a trade deal with the United States, then the electorate will have their chance to have their say on whether they agree with it at the next election. And if his party, or any other party wishes to change it, then they stand on that manifesto basis and then they stand for election accordingly. And if elected, then they enter into negotiations to change it. I'll take one more.
I'm very grateful and the gentleman's been very generous. When you have a trade agreement, of course, you'll have to have some dispute resolution mechanism. Currently, we've got the European Court of Justice to do that. When there's a trade deal, if there's a trade deal with America, there will be a dispute resolution mechanism which is giving away sovereignty. You're back to square one.
No, that's a misunderstanding of the nature of a trade dispute body. Every treaty has to have some sort of dispute resolution. The Honourable Gentleman is quite correct about that. And if there's a trade deal with the United States or any other body, yes, of course, there will be a trade dispute resolution. But it will be adjudicating on the terms of the agreement that have been agreed and approved in this House. The major difference with the ECJ is the one that I've already referred to, which is its judicial activism, which is the fact that it creates law that is over and above and has to be applied by this House, whereas when law is made by our domestic judges, this House is able to enact legislation which overrides it. I won't. That's okay. I just want to make my final point, and then I'll sit down. All right.
Grateful to the member for giving way, but does he recognise that the existing investor dispute settlement resolution systems that exist in all the treaties are very one-sided? They allow private business to sue government, but it does not allow government to sue business for the deaths of smoking or pollution or other damage they've done.
I don't agree. I'm very grateful for her point, and we're certainly getting into the technical detail now, which is perhaps exactly what we should be doing at this stage. But she ignores the independent element that takes place in any of these independent arbitration mechanisms in international trade organisations. I won't. That's what I've taken a number of interventions and I've made the point I'd like to make. I would like to conclude simply by saying why I think that Article 38, Clause 38 is necessary and why the Amendment 11 simply misses the point, which is that up until while we remain members of the European Union, Parliament had consented to the lawmaking facility, the lawmaking structures of the European Union. That consent has been withdrawn once the European Communities Act 1972 has been repealed and we're in the implementation period. We do not want to be in a position whereby we are forced into dynamic alignment, whereby rules are passed that we do not have a say in. We need to make sure that it is clear that this Parliament maintains and retains the right to disagree and to diverge from those rules if they wish to do so. For those reasons, Clause 38 is entirely accurate, it is needed, and the amendment, the Amendment 11 from the opposition front bench simply misunderstands the point.
Thank you. Patrick Grady.
Thank you, Sir Gary. I've just enjoyed sitting here for the last couple of hours watching the Maastricht Rebels farewell reunion tour, although it does appear they're getting some young recruits. But fair play to them. They've been trying for 40 years and they're finally going to achieve. They think they're going to achieve what they always
what they always wanted. And as I say, I feel slightly sorry for them because I don't know what they're going to do after the 31st of March, but 31st of January. But we had all the greatest hits. We had the supreme lawmaking body, we had Brussels bureaucrats, common market, no taxation without representation, and of course the platinum hit, parliamentary sovereignty, which is being enshrined in this bill for absolutely, as the member for Bristol West and the member for Central Ayrshire said, for absolutely no reason at all. Because as the member for Witney has just touched on, this Parliament, in as far as the UK Constitution stands, has always had and has always shared, and in fact will continue to share, its sovereignty. Because if you look at the devolution settlement, that is effectively what it has done by recognising the desire of the people in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, and indeed with the various other regional assemblies that have taken place. Power has been devolved from this place, and aren't we all very grateful for it? So the notion of restoring parliamentary sovereignty is just completely unnecessary, and it's a total showpiece in this bill. Power has always been shared across the European Union and across the United Kingdom, and indeed the right honourable member for Wokingham appears to be a reborn federalist. Maybe this is his new solo career now that the band is coming to the end of its tour, and I will happily join him in the further devolution and assertion of federalism across the United Kingdom if that's what he wants to do. But he should be worried because, as we said, parliamentary sovereignty is not being restored by this clause or this bill as a whole. In fact, what it represents is a power grab. First of all, a power grab from the devolved assemblies by taking back the right to legislate without their consent. And of course, this bill itself is an example of that, because as we speak, the Scottish Parliament is withholding its consent from this bill, and it is going to be ridden roughshod over by this House tonight and tomorrow. But it's also a power grab by the executive because of the sweeping Henry VIII powers that are included in this legislation and the accompanying Brexit legislation that has already been put in place. So the Brussels bureaucrats, that favourite hit of theirs, is being replaced by the new one-hit wonder of the Whitehall Mandarins, except it's one hit and for the rest of time if this Parliament doesn't stand in the way of what they are trying to do. So in fact, we're not restoring anything great here. And the Minister, I would be interested for an answer at some point on whether or not the European Statutory Instruments Committee is going to be reconvened in this Parliament. It was one of the achievements of the previous Parliament and the previous bills to have that enshrined in statute for the lifetime of that Parliament. So let's see it back here if they're so, if scrutiny is so important to them and sovereignty is so important to them. So this place will be diminished in terms of its powers and its sovereignty, and in due course it will be reduced in terms of its numbers, because there are 59 Scottish MPs who won't be sitting here anymore, because Scotland's power and sovereignty will have been restored to its Parliament, which it will then be very happy to share with its continental neighbours across the European Union as a member.
We are on, the question is, as regards clause 11, is it the intention of the opposition front bench to press that?
As the Minister had cleverly spotted, this was a probing amendment, and we have explored the concept of sovereignty extensively, so I therefore withdraw the amendment.
In that case, is it your pleasure that the amendment be withdrawn?